And a very good morning. It's still barely morning, minutes away from noon. And we welcome you to the 3Ws Oval here in Cayfield, St. Michael, on the campus of the University of the West Indies, Cayfield Division. And as you can see from the picture in the middle, it's not quite yet ready for play to start. Some preparations still going on, and the situation is that we have had some seepage onto the pitch. Some heavy rains prevailed here in Barbados and in this particular area over the past 24 hours or so, and we came this morning to discover that there had been some seepage, especially to the end closest to us, exactly where that drive roller is at the moment, and I think that is the main area of a concern. So play scheduled to begin at 11:30 after the rain interruption that came last Saturday afternoon, but as yet no play possible. The umpires, we are told, are due to have an inspection in about just over 15 minutes time at 12:15. I'm here with Andy Payne, who is accompanying me for the first part of the afternoon's broadcast. And first of all, a very good morning to you, Andy. Unfortunate?
Good morning, Wayne. Very unfortunate indeed. As we came here today, we were expecting an 11:30 start, like you said, but because of the seepage in the covers, conditions haven't been adequate enough, and we've had that delay. As you rightly said, the groundsman is very much there in the middle, trying to get conditions more favourable. Like you said, the umpires are going to do an inspection at 12:15, and hopefully we can get a start here pretty soon.
Well, yes, and it'll be interesting to see how the umpires operate, because that area, the area of concern in a very important part of that pitch, just on that good length, just a good length area for the batting to the pavilion end, the northern end of the ground. And I'm sure that the umpires will bear in mind that they wouldn't want to give an unfair advantage to either team. And I think in this particular case, the batting side will think that they are the ones affected negatively.
Yeah, it's placed in that between that 4 to 6 meter mark, very much so the good length. You know, they'll be operating predominantly spinners from that southern end last week. We're in the Ramadan and Valentine end. And you saw the likes of Joshua Bishop, and you know how devastated he could be. A couple starts, no one really to carry on. So Joshua Bishop coming into the attack and getting wickets immediately, just showing his real worth. So they would have been happier, the home side, at the end of today's play when the rains came.
Yes, just a difference in the reading of the conditions from the respective sides, and as it turned out, the bowlers got the better part of the exchange, and UWI using some 4 bowlers. Shamar Holder started out fairly decent, not really working up any serious pace as such, but bowling some good lengths and lines and managing to make the initial breakthrough. And of course, once Joshua Bishop came into the attack, he proved to be a handful for the Wildey batsmen, along with Kelvin Marcus, who bowled quite quickly to also pick up a wicket. But we are seeing on the screen here so the batting for Wildey on the opening day, Zachary McCaskey, like you mentioned, got something of a start, and it looked fairly comfortable while he was there, but then he got a delivery from Marcus, which he attempted to pull. I think the ball rushing onto him a bit more, bouncing a bit more than he would have anticipated, and offering a catch up to mid-off where he was taken for that 20. Demetrius Richards, the brother to the Mario Richards, so 2 brothers are playing opposite each other. Demetrius Richards, he was clean bowled by Shamar Holder, the right arm pacer, coming around the wicket, getting one to angle in towards the off stump and going between the bottom pad and getting that first wicket. Demetrius Richards did look fairly solid for the short time he was there. As he normally looks a good player, a good looking player, Demetrius Richards. But I thought that was something of a coup for the UWI side to get rid of him as early as they did.
Yes, and Richards, he was fresh off of a big century the previous game, 165. So he looked good. Like you said, obviously it was short-lived. But getting that early wicket was Shamar Holder and making that early breakthrough. No win. Here we are on screen. We go into this game where but it's at Yorkshire. You can describe the action there at Yorkshire. You know that ground very well.
Well, yes, I've been around there. As a matter of fact, that was one of the first places that I would have watched real organized cricket. I hate to think how many years ago that was. I'm surprised that I actually remember it after so many years. But yes, now called the Louis Linton Complex, named after the former administrator at Yorkshire, community servant, and of course a cricket commentator, the late Louis Linton, and aptly named in his honor this game between Fusion's Boutique Spartan and Wanderers, game being played at a neutral ground at Yorkshire, and Wanderers, I'm not so sure if they won the toss, but batting first for sure, and putting themselves in a very strong position. Actually, Spartan won the toss, but Wanderers at the end of the first day fairly comfortably placed, and now with Tevin Imlach, international player, and Jared Lovell, the Wanderers captain, in the middle. They lost, so which means that they have lost a wicket for today, Andy. They were, I think it was 100 odd for 2 over week, and I think that wicket may very well have been that of the former West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. So we've got the left arm spinner Andre Marshall with 2 of the wickets operating from the pavilion end there at Friendship, and we see a sweep for 4, getting this one down on the legs of Lovell and down on one knee and sweeping it square. The square boundaries at Friendship, Andy, quite short. It is 1 for 3. Lovell on 25. Imlach, though, in his first outing in local competition, and another one of those regional players coming in to the local competition. So we did see that wicket of Craig Brathwaite going with a total at 143. Brathwaite out caught by Akeem Springer off Andre Marshall's bowling for 94. The former West Indies captain of now, and of course the Barbados senior team captain, and might have been fairly busy knock too. Just 103 balls at a strike rate of 91.26. That is territory usually unknown for Craig Brathwaite, given his general approach to his innings. 14 fours and 1 6 in 162 minutes.
But you spoke about the size of the boundaries on the square ends, and there's going to be the strength of Craig Brathwaite really cuts in that sort mid wicket on drives. So that could add to his strike rate, where he would accumulate his runs, so to speak, and he's got up to that 90 yard. Disappointed that he wouldn't have carried on to 100, because this is a player that's got a large appetite for the centuries, and from junior years, he's got the know-how. Yeah, he's a 3-figure man. I think he'd be very, very ghastly disappointed having been dismissed for 9. So 181 for 3, actually. You got a bit of a stick here, but the scorecard that I look at, so says no, it's going to be. Is this Siobhan Brooks, the leg spinner? It's like the leg spinner in Brooks.
Yes, the leg spinner Siobhan Brooks. Siobhan Brooks, the brother of a former West Indies batter and a former Barbados captain, Shamar Brooks. The batsman pick up a couple, and reaction from Brooks there suggests that the return coming from the outfield would have seemed to have passed quite close to the wicket, with the non-striker Lovell looking to make his ground. So Tevin Imlach on 44, eyeing up a 50 in his first outing in local competition, and pushing this delivery into the offside. So we see a slip and a man under the helmet at silly point.
Yes, Brooks, like you said, the brother of Shamar Brooks, who's also a Spartan player. Unfortunately, we haven't seen him turn out for the Spartan side for this season. But he fancied himself, Shamar Brooks, as a leg spinner as well. Actually, was selected in the Barbados side as a lone leg spinner. But if we come back here to the UE ground, here at the 3Ws Oval, you see the umpires in the middle, Jaleesa Calendar and Sherwin Codrington. As we said, the inspection in place presently. I'm sure we will await some information, but seems to still an area of some concern. Wayne, like you rightfully said, that 46 meter mark to the northern end of the ground. See, Codrington just seems to have a bit of concern about the area still.
Quite notable that the umpires walk directly to that particular spot. They haven't actually looked at any other part of the playing surface. They've gone directly to that one spot and showing testing with the fingers, and showing plenty of concern. Unfortunate though that because the weather has been very good ever since the rain subsided around the middle of the day yesterday, and if we know it, the outfield here at the 3Ws Oval dries very quickly, very much a sand-based under surface, under the grass. So it normally dries fairly quickly, and I don't think that we would have any problems whatsoever with the outfield, the outer parts of the ground. Can also have to show some concern. There's a quite bare area where the number one pitch is located, totally grassless, and if any moisture gets on an area like that, it could tend to get fairly mucky. So I think that is an area of concern. See the member of the ground staff with the stumps in hand. I don't know if that was under instruction or that was his own initiative, but in discussion with the umpires. The umpires now having completed their inspection, and they will make their way back to the pavilion. I'm sure that they will transmit to the respective personnel, captains, coaches, managers, the like, and of course the match referee about the next move here. Be happy to at least get a word in with the umpires, so we can inform our viewers as to what the prospects are. Still good bright sunshine.
Yep, very much so. But both of these teams, they'll be marred with not having play away. And if you go back to the standings coming into this round of matches, both of them curiously placed in the middle table. University, they would have started here on 69 points. Wildey on 67 points. Remember, Gladiola would have started this round leading with some 77 points. So just some 8 and 10 points adrift, respectively. I'm sure they will want to get players. So it's just kind of disadvantageous to both of these teams losing this amount of playing time.
Well, yes, quite painful to either team. Wildey quite keen to protect their championship, and UWI seeing the leader can actually have the leaders in view, and I know they would think that they have so much of a chance to overtake those ahead of them if they can have a really strong performance here. And this, I think, I don't know who or what would have caused that seepage onto the pitch, but seems to be from this distance an equipment problem, more or less. The weather is good cricketing weather at the moment. Those clouds that I talked about earlier are beginning to thin out. The sun has now fully taken over, blazing down on the middle, and even here where we sit, you can actually feel a sense of the warmth. So all set and ready for a day's play, but I think I would have to account it to an equipment failure.
Well, you said equipment, more so
calling the
coverage,
for lack of a better word.
The covers. But generally, over the years, this 3W's Oval, this is one of the places that in the country, I mean, minus wherever the weather was a bother, you would always get player here at the 3W's Oval. Obviously, the ground drains very well. If you look around the outfield, it's lush green. You can't see any kind of problems, I mean, near to the bowler's run-up or any of that sort. But just that particular area where the concern is. And like you said, some fault of the covering. So, I mean, we've had some discussions throughout the tournament as to where most teams are disadvantaged, and if it is one area of concern, really, will that be of the covering of the surfaces?
Well, yes. Again, the UWI, the 3W's Oval, did not traditionally suffer from the bugbear of bare run-ups, the approaches at either end, because of the nature of the drainage and the well-kept surface. They have never really had this problem with the run-up areas, where a number of the other clubs do suffer, and I think that has been attributed a lot to the use of the drive more, pulling the roller, turning and killing the grass in that area immediately at either end of the pitch. We know a number of clubs suffer with that. 3W's Oval has never actually had that problem, and there has been much discussion about, yes, we've been covering pitches, and that has been welcome, but then there's also that concern of the run-up areas, and there's always been the suggestion that the authorities may need to have a look at also those run-up areas. I think a lot more cricket, a lot more play could be saved if it were possible to provide enough covering for the run-up areas. You yourself are an administrator at a club badly affected by the weather. We were having a discussion earlier before we came on air, Andy, where we noted that it does not even have to rain at Trents for there to be problems with the outfield.
Yeah, and like you said probably one of them, but probably the major one, is at Trents, my home ground, in Maple. And like you said, the infrastructure that we're putting in place, I think, covers is very adequate, and we need to really probably look at the improvement of that. I mean, from a holistic perspective, really what we're thinking about, because losing these man hours in terms of play, it really affects the whole dynamic of the game. I mean, when you have a day like today and the players can't be in the middle because of things such the likes of seepage on the covering, bad bowlers, run-ups, I just think it is a disadvantage to the cricketers, by extension the spectators, and all and sundry, really, because we look forward to having cricket on a day like today.
Well, Andy, a person coming into the ground, I think a person coming into the ground and looking at you would not think that you were not of the vintage of which I speak, but you yourself have experienced before and after the introduction of the covers. And I think you are in a clear position to be able to voice an opinion on it. And how have you found, though? How have you found your thoughts on how any improvements or lack of with the introduction of the covers to local club cricket?
It's it's got its advantages. It has its disadvantages. What I can tell you, Ian, is like minus covers in my playing time. Coming to a ground today, something of that would never be a problem because the conditions would be even throughout. Yes. So a seepage of coverage when one area becomes unplayable will be unheard of. The conditions, like I said, will be fair throughout. And minus the absence of water on the pitch, we were playing. You know? So that would not have been a disadvantage in my time with minus covers. With the advent of covers, obviously the conditions are expected to be even again throughout. So to have one area where there is good coverage and then an area as such, it means it becomes disadvantageous to some.
Yes.
So with that, I'm not sure how well it can be said, but it's also lent for the adaptability of players in different conditions. Obviously with covers, conditions seems to be one way or the other throughout, but in my time, again, you had to adapt quickly. If you come to a game and it was a softer wicket, you had to adjust. If you come to a game and it was a perfect wicket, obviously you want to capitalize on that. But nevertheless, you always had the ability to adjust on the surfaces. And likewise for bowlers, you know, they had some bowlers who were advantageous to that, some who weren't as equipped to work on a plastic pitch. And likewise, both spinners and fast bowlers, they used to get their share of advantages based on what was there. Presently, you see probably the bulk of the bowling in our current domestic cricket goes to the spinners, because again, the dry surfaces based on the covering of the pitches for the duration of days that the covers are on, it's also led to a bit of a decline in the surfaces of the that goes around the island.
Yes, Andy, the debate will continue, and I guess as dinosaurs like myself, as we fade out, the memories of cricket without covers will also fade. So there will come a time when anybody playing cricket would never have known that there was a time that top level cricket was played without covers. We've got some word coming to us though, Andy, coming from the umpires area, and it is that there is going to be a further inspection at 1:15 p.m. So obviously the umpires not satisfied that the area of concern has improved enough at this stage for us to get a start. So a further delay here until the umpires come again. What is helpful is that we've got some nice bright sunshine. We've got a nice breeze, some wind coming across the ground, and let's hope that the elements will assist in bringing the conditions up to scratch.
So as we go back to the screen here, Wayne, we're seeing a game between the Barbados Youth up against the Windward, and you can see the Youth just losing the 6th wicket. Sydney Globe Financial BCA Youth, they won the toss, they opted to bat, they're 128 for 6. Kamori Griffith just picking up a 3rd wicket, 3 for 48, and losing his wicket there. That looks like Kilani Clark. He just went bowl by Griffith. I think he scored up to 48. And Seth Smith, he's very much there on 9, not out.
Yes, losing the 3rd wicket for the day. The Sydney Globe Financial BCA youth team having resumed at 100 for 3 over a week with Clark and Justin Paris, then the not out pair, and today they have lost Paris's wicket to Griffith for 18. Jahidi Hines, he came and went for 6, and now we see Clark going back for 44. All 3 wickets falling to the off spinner Kamari Griffith.
Yes, the new batter is Pusaram, Ravji Pusaram.
Yes.
He's the man who's known for his leg spinners more so than his batting prowess, but one who can hold his own with the bat, and they will want to probably get up to that 150 mark. The Youth, but when we're speaking about the points, they find themselves in a precious position, really, Wayne. They're down there at the bottom end on 36 points. Only the Youth who were behind them on 32 points. So really a bottom of the table clash. And Windward, they would like to get themselves up to par in terms of getting maximum points in this game if they could.
As we head back.
No, so yep, the Windward side, like we rightfully said, and they're really happy with this draw. Really win at this stage of the tournament against the youth. They want to get themselves over that position, cellar position, really, as we would say. Remember, there's demotion from the elite to the first division. There's promotion from the first division to the elite, and find yourself in that cellar position. You want to get out of that relegation zone.
Not only that, Andy, but generally, if you are part and parcel of the whole club system, you would know, which I'm sure you are, you would know that teams look forward at this point to playing against the youth team, who they see as easy prey, and most teams would count would back themselves to get maximum or near maximum points in matches with the BCA youth, and you know, they would consider themselves very unfortunate if they was to have these interruptions for rain when they come up. So Windward, although they were languishing near the bottom of the table, as you mentioned, would have enjoyed the fact that here we are. This is an opportunity to lift ourselves, to lift our points tally, and we've had this weather around. Fortunately for them, they are actually on the field of play at the moment, having lost as much play as they did on the first day.
Yes, and they will want to dismiss this team, this youth team, as quickly as they can and try to get their chances in the middle for a bat. Said Seth Smith, he's very much accomplished. He's a good player. Said just join him is Pusaram, who can bat a bit. So they will want to put a partnership together and try to get beyond that 150 mark. Jarian Hoyt, the bowler. Usually seen quite a bit of Jarian.
Yes, Jarian Hoyt, former Barbados youth player himself, one who was somewhat, I think he also had a stint with West Indies. I don't want to commit myself to it, but he might have, even if he didn't actually travel like with a World Cup team. I think he was somewhere bordering around West Indies a selection at the under-19 level. He's been a dear abouts in Barbados for quite a while, a feature in the Barbados files, squads and the like, and still plugging away at his trade. I think he's now taken up a profession in the teaching fraternity, but still very much part of the forefront of the Windward setup, having transferred from Empire over to St. Philip in recent seasons.
Yes, I was just going to go there. I think he's St. Philip resident, really, Wayne. So
yes,
it just made that transition from Bank Hall to closer to home.
Well, yeah,
really.
Country boy. I remember speaking to him some years ago. A country boy born and bred.
Here is Pusaram getting some runs behind point. Seems like it's gone pretty close to the boundary and over the fence, really. As you can see, just await the umpire's signals. Just a little bit of mix up. I think it had to go pretty close to the boundary there when we saw 4 coming up from the graphics, but the umpire don't think he signaled 4.
No, the signal didn't come, but I see 4 going into the score. The ball.
Yeah,
Here we are, the correction being made. But typical left-hander shot, getting some width outside that off stump. The left-hander very much prone to throwing those hands behind point.
Solid in the defense there is Pusaram. So like we said, you would like to stay there and get a partnership going with Smith. Smith is a good enough bat accomplished. He's on the Barbados on the 19th side to travel in a couple of days, really. And he's known for his wicket keeping. Not sure if he will be the main man with the gloves.
Well, the captain, Gadson Bowens,
Bowens is
the established keeper in that unit. So I think that has been taken care of. As I did have a discussion with Rashawn last week, where a youngster complained to me that they had selected 4 wicket keepers in the side. But of course, all of them not necessarily because of their wicket keeping. I think the others mainly because of their prowess with the bat. Seth Smith, for instance, being one of those.
And Clark, who just was dismissed.
Clark, the batter recently dismissed.
Yeah, he's good enough as well. Well, it's a good put together team, this youth team. So, like we said, well, you want to pray on the youth. But remember, this is a team fresh off of scoring 400 runs on this present ground here, which seems to be their home ground for the season.
The BCA itself seems to have made the move and adopted the Brereton ground as the main home base for the BCA youth, particularly in the Elite Division. One notices that the first division team, they seem to have taken it home at the Leicester Vaughan ground there in St. Thomas. Hoyt brings his over to an end. You know, looking back at Jerry Hoyt again, I think he's one of those players who may very well have suffered from the policy, let's put it that way, of an advantage, the bias going towards the faster bowlers. And Hoyt has never been the out-and-out express fast bowler. Always very good, very decent, good movement. Gets the ball to swing in the air, gets the ball to do a nip off the crease, off the pitch. But I think that he may very well have suffered because of the absence of express pace, let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, he's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination. But like you said, over the years, how many of these players have we seen who doesn't have that express pace, but who can contribute? You've seen, for instance, there's a lot of people for stumping. I think he's held his ground there. Smith, as Griffith just floating that one outside the off stump and going for a big drive and through to the keeper. Greenwich, maybe. And
Latrell Greenwich
Greenwich, I think he's the man
normally the keeper
for the windward. But yeah, and as you've seen, I go back to that medium pace aspect and the ability to get something with the ball. As you saw, Justin Graves, he's one of those such players who I think is doing a useful job for the West Indies. And I think, like I said to Justin a few years ago, if you can concentrate on your batting, once you're on the par, you will always get a ball in. And because your bowling is of such, a captain will always turn to you. And you can see it really coming into the fore here. Really, no, he's a 5th bowler in the West Indies team, but one of those medium pace bowlers that you're speaking about that can do something to the ball. Justin Graves.
Always fancied his bowling. You know, he reminds me so much of his uncle, who, if you could get a bit. A local a parishioner, you know, where John Bujis Graves, very, very similar player to Justin, busy as a batter and always fancied himself with fancied himself of a bit of more than just a medium pacer in his earlier days, but has made a contribution wherever he has been, as both for his all-round skills and all-round abilities. And Justin reminds me so much of his uncle.
There you go, good family tree. So Griffith getting that one to spin back into Smith. Smith, like I said, he was a very accomplished batter. He scored a few runs for the youth, couple half centuries. Here he is, just showing that application required. He's batted some 20 balls for his 12 runs win. So stroking that one up. So 32 overs completed when the BCA youth. They're 133 for 6. Griffith, he's got 3 for 50 from his 10 overs at this point. We're going to take a break and we're going to introduce Andrew Mason and young Rashawn Hackett. They will continue telling us about it. Remember, we are going to have a further inspection at 1:15 here at the 3Ws Oval as that area continues to show some concern to all involved.
Yes, and good news has got some play going over at Beckers Road. So play starting in a few of these matches, delayed in most cases. Like I said, we did experience some very heavy showers in the island yesterday morning, over the period of yesterday morning into yesterday afternoon.
I didn't get any rain in my area.
Well, Lucky you. I actually was in, I don't know if your area is St. Philip, because I was actually in St. Philip last
Oh, really?
for the tape ball cricket.
What are you
match.
doing in St. Philip?
Went to St. Philip for the tape ball cricket match. St. Philip Independence Parish Committee.
Good reasons,
put on a cricket game, and perfect conditions. Races. You would not have believed that amount of rain would have fallen.
I live in Culpeper Island. You know there's a Culpeper Island in St. Philip. But hello to our friends in St. Philip, and a very pleasant good afternoon to you, where Sean Hackett joins me. Interesting situation. Of course, we're in the 7th series, the second day. And, he must have nipped that, did he? There's a big appeal for a catch at the wicket. The umpire says no, but they feel they've got their man there. He nibbled at that, and now the umpires will confer. So that would tell me that the umpire reckoned that there was an edge. Whether it carried or not is another matter, so he's going to go across the square leg. We shall see. They're pretty confident that they got their man here, Winwood. We shall see. Now, yes, I think they're celebrating. Yeah, YMPC, of course. It was one outside the off stump, and there was a batsman nibbled at it, and now he's remonstrating. Wow. Damien Davis, and he eventually has to go. So a bit of a nibble, one that was outside the off stump, Simmons, and he nibbled at it, and a situation where the catch taken. But that's interesting. What a way to invite you in to do the commentary, Rashawn. I don't know if one can describe it as controversial, but certainly the keeper thought he had it comfortably. The umpire initially didn't give it, and the vociferous appeal, the great Les Harris to say a raucous appeal, and then the umpires conferred, and in the end, a wicket. Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon, Andrew. I am fantastic today. It's always a pleasure to be back here doing commentary alongside you. It's always a pleasure to be here commentating on this lovely cricket. And what is so good about today is that there will be cricket. We are currently awaiting play at the 3Ws Oval, but there is some cricket over here between the Pickwick Club and YMPC. So that is a fantastic feeling. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Didn't get the rain that my good friend got. Of course, he was in St. Philip. I live in the St. James. In fact, I'd actually jog from here to my home. But of course, as an old man, I'd have to walk now. But it's good to see that we're getting some rain. In fact, as we look on the outfield, it's still a bit parched there at Beckles Road, but we've had lots of rain. The farmers will be quite happy. So Damien Davis, who's a decent medium pacer, one who does a bit with the ball, gets his first wicket. Craig Holder and Grant, the batsman. Grant, who has done well. Certainly when you look at the last 2 or 3 years, would be considered one of the young batsmen with lots of ability, and makes hundreds as well. In fact, he got 100 on the weekend. And no doubt looking to, as they said, knock the door down again. Pickwick trailing by 209. Playing against YMPC. Bayview Hospital Urgent Care YMPC. That's a bit of a mouthful.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Ivan Grant, a tremendous player he is. Also a QC boy, so he's one that sits very close to my heart.
Did you play with him?
I did not play with him. In fact, he's
slightly older than you.
Well, you could say he's slightly older.
How old is he now?
I am not exactly sure how old Ivan is, but he has to be somewhere around the 30 area.
30?
29, 20, 28.
I thought he was younger. We'll double check that for sure. Sure we can, there's a means to find out how old he is. I know his father, Adrian Grant, would have played for the Barbados team. Would have been maybe in the 80s. Yes, a wonderful batsman for Pickwick. Scored a lot of runs in the local competition and would have made a lot of runs when the pitches were uncovered. Of course, the pitches are covered now, but what a player he was. Adrian Grant, also well-known hotelier on the west coast of Barbados. At least that's the last time I knew about him. But his son has done an extremely good job.
Extremely good job indeed. And speaking of son and fathers, I was now having a chat with Mr. Bishop, the dad of Joshua Bishop.
Okay.
And he was actually telling me, Andrew, that he was listening to our chat last week.
Okay.
and he was telling me he enjoyed it. So
Oh, he did?
yes, I very much appreciated that compliment.
Yeah, didn't say anything controversial because they think that I'm controversial. Of course, no one in this box will agree with that. But yes, his father, Stephen Bishop, I think is it?
Well, I didn't get his first name. I just referred to him as Mr. Bishop.
Yeah, okay. And you should really. Biblical. Yes, his son has done very well. And no doubt looking to get into the West Indies team. I think that perhaps he should be around there, particularly in the white ball format. Decent left-arm spinner, more than decent, and a dangerous Lord of batsman.
Absolutely. What a player Joshua Bishop is. And I certainly believe that he will be in the West Indies setup very, very soon to come.
Well, they've got a white ball series against New Zealand, which starts actually next Saturday. I'll be actually going down to Guyana for that series on Friday for the 3 matches, one on Saturday and one on, is it Monday? And then we got a bit of a break, then the Thursday. And then, of course, in Barbados, hope you've done your accreditation, on the 19th. Interestingly enough, that's the day of the World Cup finals. And I was talking to Chris Deering about it, and he said to me, well, it's how the schedule is. So the first game in Barbados will be on the 19th of July. The game is scheduled to be at 2:30. And the finals in the football will be at 3.
Are you a football man?
I am a football man. I watched Cape Verde last night against Argentina. You watched that game?
I did not watch that game. In fact,
Everyone in the world watched it, I'm sure.
I was not at home. I was out, so I did not have a chance to see that game. But I heard about it.
What a game.
I heard that Cape Verde, they played their hearts out.
Yeah.
And they almost came close to defeating Argentina. I'm sure they'd be very proud of that. Which team do you back, though?
Well, I don't really. I just watch it, really. I mean, I suppose Brazil would be a team. An African team, I'd certainly back. But I'm a Man United man.
Okay.
And there are some Man United players playing for England. Interesting when you talk about support of football teams in the world. As the over comes to an end, it's now 6-1. Davis has picked up 1 for 5. ESA Field Pickwick trailing by 203. They're playing against YMPC at Beccles Road, which is just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. That would be St. Michael's South, I would imagine. Yeah, just pretty close to the city. But I'm just making the point in terms of support for teams in the World Cup. A lot of Barbadians support Brazil.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you know why, though?
Well, I suppose the history. I mean, you know, the fact that essentially most black players, I mean, it's like Tottenham, because a lot of Barbadians support Tottenham because Tottenham gave black players a great opportunity, you know, a long time ago to play. So you'll find in Barbados lots of support for Tottenham, some for Chelsea. Of course, Arsenal, they've got their supporters. But I imagine that the most support will be with Man United.
Yes, Man United, a very heavily supported club indeed. With ball in hand, though, that's big Gary Austin.
Yeah, big man, tall, and
intimidating
he is. Would be, I would imagine, a man about maybe 250 pounds or more. He's a muscular man, and bowls a heavy ball, Gary Austin.
Gets a bit of movement as well. That probably would explain the rationale for those 3 slips in place. Just takes it away from the left-hander.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, he is. There are some games on as well.
And he looks to be out. Craig Horder just going softly, driving our delivery outside the line of the off stump. And he just hits it straight to that cover fielder.
Yes. I think he played a bit early. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, didn't keep it down. And it went straight to cover. So Holder departs. So this is a good period for the YMPC side. And I know you do have the stats. YMPC, they've been up and down this season. I had a chance to do a couple of their games. How they're doing the standings, YMPC?
Well, YMPC are currently placed in the middle of the table, 6th position on 57 points.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure they'd want to be a bit higher. Well, speaking of points, we can go through the points right now, Andrew. Gladiola and Spartan at the top of the table. Gladiola in first, of course, 77 points. Spartan, 75. Empire in third on 71 points. UWI, 69. Wildey, 67. YMPC, 57. Pickwick, 57 as well. So we have two tight teams playing in this game here. Wanderers, 47. And Windward, 36. Along with Barbados Youth. The BCA Youth, my apologies, 32 points.
And we are in the 7th series with 2 to go.
Yes, we
so
are.
It could be very interesting. So
we've made a switch over to the Louis Linton Sports Complex.
Yep.
Where Wanderers are going up against the Yorkshire side. No, that's Spartan, my apologies.
Yeah.
I'm so accustomed to seeing Yorkshire playing there.
Yeah, Spartan, you said it on second. The other thing, too, is that Tevin Imlach is on 62. I know you were supposed to do an interview with him, but I'll tell you about him as he plays a nice paddle down to backward square. We'll look for the second here. If he tumbles on his backside, so he wouldn't entertain. I hope he's okay, the man from Georgetown in Guyana.
I hope he's okay as well. Looks to have fallen quite hardly.
Yeah. Just paddle the ball around.
He's a warrior, though. He's back up on his feet, so he looks to be all right.
So Spartan, Fusion Boutique Spartan, they won the toss and they chose to field, and 209 for 8. I know that the Parkites are not happy about not being able to play at home. Of course, the couple of festivities are taking place in Queen's Park. So, big event today, the official opening. But I know that the folks at Spartan would have wanted to play home, but that's the challenge that you have when you've got a venue that is used for so many activities. Siobhan Brooks to continue.
Wanderers 209 for 8. Earlier in the innings, Craig Brathwaite, he was the main man. 94 runs from 103 deliveries. He played a wonderful knock, just short of what would have been another Elite 100.
Ooh, 94.
94
Not
runs.
that close, couldn't make it. Wow.
Well, it's not very often from Craig Brathwaite that he doesn't convert, because we know that once he gets past that half century, he's one who so often converts that into a century.
Yeah, wonderful player. One who's really served Wanderers. And what I like about Craig is that, he comes back home and he plays for his club. It's something that we don't see as much as we saw in the past.
Not only does he play, Andrew, but he also does a bit of coaching as well. That's a lovely shot over the cover region for 4 runs from Tevin Imlach. Just frees up his hands, hitting Brooks all the way to the fence. And for the viewers, that is 4 runs. Is this going to 3s and 4s round?
It's 3s and 4s. 3s and 4s over there. So maybe that's 3, but of course, that's when you have a situation where you have 3s and 4s. But this is a good comeback leg break. This was played square in the offside. Just a word on Tevin Imlach. He's from Guyana, the captain of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
I'll tell you what, an 100 here would certainly boost his confidence. I'm not sure if it will register on the West Indies selectors' books, but it definitely will boost his confidence for when he gets back to his homeland. Plays a bit of cricket nets for Guyana.
Yeah, he was saying that it's certainly raining cats and dogs in Guyana. There's no question about that. And he said he wanted to play. So Brathwaite, you said 94, and Imlach 68 not out. Jared Lovell among the runs as well. So 49 gone, 215 for 8. Wanderers are playing against Spartan, and that game being played at the Louis Linton Sports Complex. We lost Louis Linton a couple months ago. Wonderful servant, former commentator as well. May he rest in eternal peace.
May he rest in peace. Andre Marshall, though, he has ball in hand.
He's done very well this year in terms of wickets. He's going to bowl to Tevin Imlach. Interesting that he's on the attack. Now, Imlach is 68, but he's got the silly point in, and I like that. I would even put a forward short leg as well. I just think that we don't attack enough in West Indies cricket, that defensive mindset. But Marshall has been very good. He's picked up 5 for 72 already.
Oh, delivery just turning off of the surface.
And Bunkston as well.
That's what you get with a man like Andre Marshall, though. He's just so skillful with his approach to bowling. He's been Spartans' wicket taker for a number of years now. Continues to dominate with the ball. 33 wickets coming into this game. So this fifer will take him up to 38, that is. Just the single, though.
Lucky to have gotten away with that. So Sri Lanka won the toss and chose to bat with Dar 188, Mendes 84, the captain 33. Kusal Mendes is on 31, and Sunita's got 46. So this really is a very strong position for the Sri Lankans, who lost the first test within 5 days. They're 413 for 5. So the West Indies yet to get a wicket today. He clearly headed down the leg side with the angle. Joseph 2 for 87 from 21 overs. And West Indies using 6 bowlers. So the over comes to an end. 50 gone now. Wanderers 218 for 8. And look at those stats. Andrew Marshall 5 for 73.
Well, speaking of the West Indies as well, Andrew, it's good to see Shea Hope. He's back in the side. Coming off of an injury. Another change though. Kemar Roach, he's out.
Yeah. Interested. And I think it's also a question, Rashawn, of the management of our players. And, you know, Kemar is getting on in age now, and I think that perhaps we need to just spend some time managing our players. I'm not sure that, you know, in 2 consecutive test matches over a 2-week period that you would want to play him in both. He's injured. I suppose if he were fit, then they would have played him. But the management of our players is so important. That's a lovely leg break. I remember when the West Indies team went to England last with some of their fast bowlers playing all 3 test matches. Shannon Gabriel. That's a bit of a wild shot from Imlat. Wouldn't want to give it away. Yeah, he bowled very well. West Indies actually won the first test, but then having played the second and the third, by the third test he was a goner really. West Indies lost to 1.
Shot. That is a shot from Tevin Imlak. Goes all the way over the boundary for 4 runs. He looks to be a man in good form.
Yeah, he used his feet to that and hit it deliberately over the top. And a beautiful swing of the bat as well. And that's gone for boundary. So he's not up to 75 now, Tevin Imlak. As I said, he was telling me that he really wanted to come and play cricket very much in Barbados. He said at the moment, lots of rain in Guyana. It's nothing new really, because a lot of players do in fact come to play in Barbados. And told me he's a pretty good friend of Craig Brathwaite. That's good cricket. On the leg stump, just whipping it out to mid-wicket for a single.
Wanderers 225 for 8. So one would understand why Imlak would be looking to get a move on with things. Perhaps he just doesn't want to run out of partners.
Yeah. The fact that, you know, this is now the second day. Wanderers, in terms of points, we look at that in a minute. They're on, 47 points, so they are really and truly at the bottom, Wanderers. But I suppose with Imlac and Brathwaite playing for the rest of the games, they may be safe. Winwood looking not so good at all. But Winwood is a club that only recently came into the elite competition. So Brooks ends his 8th over, 225 for 8.
Yeah, you were talking about Windward only recently coming into the Elite Division. And they've been playing pretty well since then. Not the best of seasons on this one, though.
Right. Yeah, they've struggled this year. So spin will continue. It's going to be Marshall. So Brathwaite 94. And Morris didn't get among the runs at all. Lovell 26. So it's really been Brathwaite and Imlac with a bit of support from Lovell, who's the captain, Gerard Lovell.
Well, one would expect these two to step up, being two of the most senior players in the side. They've done well, gotten themselves scores. Imlac, he'll be looking to push on to those 3 figures. Just 22 more required.
The other thing too, as far as the Wanderers side concerned, those vital batting points, now having gotten to 225, they've now picked up 3 batting points. 250 will take them up to the maximum 4. So that will be very much a part of the plan, I would imagine. Now that's clever batting. He came back almost onto his stumps and worked the wrist nicely, because there's that gap between the wicket and square leg, and he got a run. That's intelligent cricket coming from Pius Emilian. What a name to have. I think there's a connection to one of the islands in the Windwards.
Well, and it was also so intelligent from Imlac as well, because he's just left Emilian with 1 ball to face from Spartan's best bowler. I'm sure he'd be confident that Emilian can survive.
Yep. But he's faced 14 already. And reckons that he could bat a bit. And that's not going to trouble him. Too short. And just turn it down to forward short leg. So another over comes to an end. Marshall continuing to do very well for Fusion Boutique Spartan. Picking up 5 for 74 from 21 overs. 228 for 8. 52 gone. Wanderers, the team from Darrell's Road, inserted by Fusion Boutique Spartan, playing at a neutral venue. This venue is in the Hospital Turning area. So Brooks to continue with his leg breaks. Yeah, Imlac would really want to see his side Wanderers to at least 250 to get maximum batting points. And they really need those points.
I'm sure that will be the first target. And then after that, personal landmark of 100 for Tevin Imlac would be the goal. Bowler looks a bit disappointed. Could that have been a drop catch?
Yeah, from the reaction, he doesn't look happy at all. And you could see, based on the movement of the batsman, he thought the catch would have been taken. So he was just wishing and hoping that Dusty Springfield, really. And, well, he's got luck. Maybe he can buy some lotto tickets this season, because he really should have been dismissed there.
A very aggressive field being set for Emilian though. Short leg in place. Leg slip, one slip. And a short mid-wicket has also come into play. Just pulls that one off of the back foot. And it goes over the boundary for 4 runs. Good shot from Emilian.
Yeah, the bowler kicked the pitch there because it was a rank long hop, and Emilius' eyes open wide and just helped it over mid-wicket, over the boundary. Maximum. So we just pass the 1 o'clock hour. Of course, there are some matches played today in the World Cup. Which team do you support, Rashawn?
I'm a Portugal man.
Oh.
Cristiano Ronaldo all the way.
Okay.
Let me tell you my fairy tale ending for this World Cup. Ronaldo wins it and just retires. Just leave it at that. Nothing more needs to be said. You have a man who has won almost every trophy there is to be won in football. And there's just that one coveted trophy, the World Cup. I would love to see that. I might shed a tear if it happens.
Okay.
I almost shed one the other night with that match with Croatia.
Okay. Yeah.
When they almost scored that second goal, but the referees ruled it to be offside. Did you watch that game?
Yeah, I watched quite. Whatever Ronaldo's pin, I saw the world will be watching. Do you think he's better than Messi?
Oh, I will. You're putting me on the spot. I will say because I like Ronaldo, yes. But from watching football, currently, he's not. He's not. I find
So could you just repeat?
Okay,
that?
so currently, Lionel Messi I would consider to be the better player. And I'm sure that anyone watching the football would say so. But because I was always a Ronaldo man from the time I was young, I would say Ronaldo, strictly being biased. But currently, Messi, because, and I'll tell you why, Messi, his ability to run through a field is so incredible. He just...
Ronaldo can do that as well.
Ronaldo can do that, but he's not been doing it very much as of lately. It just looks as if he's been waiting for the plays to be created and just waits for the ball to come to him. Messi now, he creates the opportunities.
Right.
Messi has assists. He has goals. So... that's why I would say, as of right now, Messi's the better player, but Ronaldo, I would forever be a Ronaldo fan. 53 overs completed here at the Louis Linton Sports Complex, 235 for 8.
Well, of course, my good friend Mr. Lane just sent me a note. He said he's a Messi man. He said he prefers Messi to Ronaldo.
Who do you prefer?
It doesn't matter really. I like Rashford.
You like Rashford?
I mean, there's always a debate about that. I mean, some people say Pele was the best, some say Maradona. But you know, a lot of people, I mean, if you had to do a vote, a world vote, it'll be interesting to see how that will come out. I would imagine the older folks will go for Pele, Maradona as well. I suspect that Messi will get quite a few votes, so I would think.
Well,
He may
Messi.
win. Oh, he's more of a team player. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So you're a Messi man. All right.
We've gone back over to the game between Pickwick and YMPC.
Yep.
ESA Field Pickwick 13 for 5. Wow. Gary Austin, he's done a bit of damage. 3 for 3 in his 3 overs. So all threes for him.
So a lot happened while we were away there.
A lot seemed to have happened
How's
while we were away.
Pickwick doing in terms of the points there? Rashawn, can you tell me?
Pickwick is just above Wanderers on 57 points. They're currently in 7th position behind YMPC. Well, they're tied with YMPC, so I'm sure that they'd want to be a bit higher as well. Just a bit in the bottom of the table. 13 for 5. Wow.
Yeah, that's not good at all on the part of Pickwick. Team that used to have Kensington Oval as its home for several years. They don't play local cricket at Kensington, I mean, apart from finals. And there's always a raging debate about that as to whether the Barbados Cricket Association should maybe schedule some matches maybe with the Barbados youth. at Kensington. And, of course, the finals are played at Kensington. Here's Davis to continue, bowling to Ron Ryan. There's some who feel that perhaps some of the finals could be played in the country areas. There's no question about it that when you go into the country areas, you do get support. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to that venue, St. George Greens in St. George.
Yes, I have been to Greens.
Wonderful place. But you know, I like down on the east coast of Barbados. My favorite ground in Barbados, and I really hope that they do some work to it, the KMV Oval. I think that can be developed and be a first-class venue. I know that Prime Minister Mia Motley a couple of years ago did in fact indicate that she was going to give some assistance. There's a big drive, hit tremendous power. That's gone for maximum. Hit that very hard indeed. There was some venom in that shot.
Just played it with time. Easy on the eye from Rohan Ryan. Leaned into it and just extended his hands through that delivery, picking up another boundary. But back to what we were discussing. You stated that you would like to see KMV Oval being one of the first-class grounds in Barbados. And I certainly agree with that. It's one of the better venues that we have. What other grounds do you think have the potential to be a first-class ground?
Well, let me do some thinking of that. I think Windward is a lovely ground.
Yes, Windward.
No question. In fact, they've played first-class cricket there. They've played some at Police as well. That's an interesting one.
What about Wanderers?
Wanderers is okay. Perhaps there could be some investment up at Bayfield as well. But I think it's KMV Oval. There's a feel to that ground, and just push down the old pavilion and put up a new one, and maybe have a couple of maybe even temporary stands, and really develop that ground. And I certainly would want some attention to be paid to it. The pitch is a good one, and it's a pretty decent sized ground as well. I really like it. I enjoy driving down the East Coast to do matches there.
Oh, I love that ground as well. And what is so lovely about it is that it's so picturesque. The scenery at the KMV Oval is incredible.
Absolutely.
Lots of greenery, a nice breeze that blows across the ground.
Right.
It is a lovely ground indeed. Not just to play cricket, but also to watch cricket.
Yeah, I agree with that. So that should be one. And as I said, I remember Prime Minister Motley talking about it. But let's get some action, Prime Minister. Want to get the KMV Oval up and running. The pavilion needs to be pushed down. There's no question about it. But I love it. I absolutely love it. The KMV Oval. YMPC has been around for a long time. The Young Men's Progressive Club produced Joe Garner. Well, at least he played some cricket there. Collis King would have played as well. And recently, of course, Dwayne Rummel-Smith, Shane Dowridge as well. Am I missing anyone in recent times playing for YMPC that would have gone on to play for Barbados or the West Indies?
Well, when we talk about Barbados, you could talk about the younger brother of Dwayne Smith. He didn't play for the West Indies, represented Barbados. That's Kemar Smith I'm talking about.
Yeah, good cricketer. Good off spinner.
But a lot of them are up and coming though. A young Edwin Currency Barnett.
Yeah, strong guy.
He's definitely one that I could see breaking into a Barbados setup within the coming years. A very talented guy. A no ball being bowled by Davis. And it was also struck to the boundary.
Yeah, it's a poor delivery by Davis. Nothing in it at all. It was short and wide, and all the batsman had to do was just get back into that. So we remind you that we are currently doing the game involving YMPC and Pickwick, but our featured game, no cricket has started as yet. That's, of course, Wildey playing against UWI. Some seepage.
Yes, some seepage indeed.
What's the latest? When is the next?
Well, the umpires are saying the next inspection is at 1:15.
1:15. Okay.
So rather close from now, just 2 minutes away.
You reckon we get some play?
Yes, I certainly believe that we can get play today. It's just a matter of what time. When I went and I inspected the wicket, there's a soft spot. Just looks to have been a leakage in the covers.
But is the soft spot going to affect the batsman?
Yes, certainly.
Okay,
the soft spot is in that it's in that good length area where a batsman, if they come forward and look to drive at all, it's going to go up in the air. So it certainly is going to affect the batsman. So I think our umpires have made a good call to wait it out, see if it dries out.
Well, that drying process may take a long time too, because we don't have, it's steamy, but it's overcast conditions with a hint of rain in the air. So you don't have the, the sun really baking down on it to dry it out quickly. So we may have a wait, but of course we've got options for you.
I'm surprised no one has gone for the gasoline as yet. When guys want to play very, very badly, they would go for the gasoline, go for some grass, try to speed up the drying process.
Yeah. Haven't seen that in quite a long time.
Really?
No.
I've seen it quite recently, actually.
Where?
I would have played a game. Yes, in Barbados. I played a game at the Carlton Club just last year, and the guys wanted play. It was a knockout game. That was in the Keith Boyce Memorial Tournament. And the guys went for some grass.
Oh.
And they burnt it, and we got play. So it's a method, an old school method. But you're saying you haven't seen it recently?
No, I haven't seen it recently at all. But I've seen it before, of course.
Well, our umpires are currently making their way back out to the middle. Hopefully there's good news after this inspection.
Umpire Calendar and Umpire Codrington are going out to the middle. Jaleesa Calendar, she's been around for some time. Sherwin Codrington, a former cricketer at the local level, played for the Barbados Cricket League. Good batsman.
Yes, and Shamar Holder, he's accompanying them as well, taking on the role as match referee.
Yeah. Wonder who's going to say to them, let's get some play. So there we go.
I'm sure that he would be eager to play here on this wicket, especially being the bowling side.
What's your gut feeling, Rashawn?
What's my gut feeling?
Yeah.
I will tell you after they hold up from the wicket. You can always tell from the body language walking back if it's good news or if it's bad news. Okay, a bit of inspection going on. When they start to walk back, I will tell you.
Well, the umpire Calendar, the female, she's had a press of the pitch.
Well, you see that pose there, hand in kimber?
Yeah.
That's never good news.
Oh.
That is never good news. She's just looking at it.
Yeah.
They're having a bit of debate.
Yeah, she's not happy.
And Holder, he's stepping on it.
Yeah, she's saying, wow, what's going on there?
Yeah, they don't look pleased at all.
We may have to get the gasoline then.
We may have to get the gasoline if we want play here. Yes, the fact that they're feeling for so long just tells us that there's still a bit of moisture in the wicket.
All right. Well,
they're identifying a spot now. Holder. Yes, does not look good at all.
remember last week, Wildey 61 for 4. 24 was in 3 balls. An important match for both teams. Wildey have not been as good. The Wildey players, they've not been as good as last year. The defending champions have had situations where some of the key players missed important matches. I know there was a particular match where several of the players went to play cricket, T20 cricket in Trinidad and in St. Lucia. So the umpires are looking. Sherwin Codrington and Jaleesa Calendar are the 2 umpires.
Lots of debate going on.
Yeah.
I
think from the body language, I don't think they're happy.
Yes, they don't look happy whatsoever. Good news is that the sun is making its way back out, though. I think the sun has the biggest role to play here today, if we are to get play, because...
But it's got to break through the heavy cloud cover as we look out towards the Hoddesdon turning area. There is a forecast for some rain. In fact, there was a flood watch on in Barbados yesterday.
Well, umpire Codrington, he's just looking at his watch now, so perhaps they're deciding on the next inspection time. But yes, you were mentioning flood watch.
Yeah, there was one yesterday. But of course, Wayne Holder, one of our commentators, he's gone out to the middle. So no doubt he'll be in a position to give us a report pretty soon.
Well, knowing Wayne, he's a guy who always likes to get in the middle and get his own assessment as well.
Yeah. There we go. There's Wayne, former YMPC player as well. Very good keeper. But I've seen him play for YMPC. And a decent lower batsman. He was more of a keeper batsman. Of course, nowadays you have batsmen who are keeping. So you may not get the best keepers playing for your various countries. I suppose when you look at a country like Barbados, you could argue that Boucher is maybe not your best keeper, but I suppose he's considered maybe the best of the batsmen, although that could be challenged. So teams nowadays, I shouldn't say nowadays, quite a while now, want to have your keeper as a batsman.
Well, certainly, and we go back over to the game between the BCA Youth and Windward. Covers are on.
Yeah, some rain.
That's never a good sign.
No.
That is never a good sign.
Well, of course, you know, we are in the rainy season now. I mean, and we were complaining bitterly the last, 3 or 4 weeks about the lack of rain, but it's really coming nicely. The outfields are good, lush green outfields. The farmers are happy, and not as much water used in the gardens. I'm certainly quite happy because I'm a bit of a farmer myself. I planted some cassavas the other day.
Really? You must bring one for me. Let me have a taste.
Yeah, I'll do that. That will be in another 6 months or so. I only plant them on the weekend. Love my cassavas.
Do you have any other produce?
Yeah, well, yeah, I like sweet potatoes. Of course, yams. As a countryman, born and bred in Bayfield, St. Philip, that's what you grew up on. Going behind your mother in the fields of Wiltshire Plantation. In those days, you would go in and get potatoes, maybe $1 to a rod. Nowadays, that don't happen. They sell them by the pound, I'm told. So the 250 is up for Wanderers. So that's a good story for them. And MLAC, with Visions of making 100, is now going to 89.
Just 11 runs needed, so I'm sure he'll be eyeing that century. What a way it would be to begin his career here at the Wanderers Club in Barbados. He didn't have the best of starts in the white ball last weekend. Got a duck, actually, as the rain makes its way onto the Louis Linton Sports Complex.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
More rain. Yeah, that's... Well, I mean, you expect this. This morning when I was out for my little early morning jog, it was bright and sunny, but then it started to rain.
Well,
and cricket would have started at most venues 11:30 because of the serious loss of cricket on the first day.
Well, I'm no weatherman, but from the time we see rain making its way from St. Philip down to the Louis Linton Sports Complex, it's only headed one direction.
Yeah.
So let's just hope that it doesn't head here, but from previous encounters, the rain has made its way to the UWI ground.
Well, I'm just being told by my good friend Andy Payne, not a decision has been made in relation to that inspection. Jaleesa Callender, Andy Payne's best friend, along with Sherwin Codrington, they went out to the middle. I'm sure Miss Callender will whisper in Andy's ears, what's the situation, pretty soon. And I said, whisper. 250 for 8. So we got some more rain. Rains around. I wonder what's happening at Maple. Yeah, I wouldn't want to even talk about the Maple scorecard. Did you know that Andy Payne's team last week got bowled up for 26?
I did, you know. He didn't mention it to me. I'm sure that he didn't mention it to anyone, but I saw that they were bowled out for 26.
And he played today, Andy? Oh, there. So how many runs did Yorkshire make? Oh.
But now that we have Andy here, though, from the reports from your players, Andy, was it due to good bowling, or were your batsmen not up to the task last week? Well, we're hearing that the pitch was not the best. 26 all out. Yorkshire responded with 116 for 7 declared. Only real batsman to get a score under his belt is Shakir Richards, captain, 41 from 25 deliveries.
Have they covered the deficit as yet?
Not as yet.
And 5 men out already.
Maple 46 for 5.
Oh, that's good cricket. And the umpire's actually put his finger up. Yeah. Wow. So you spoke about him with the experience of playing for the Barbados team, has come on with his off breaks and has picked up a wicket. So further trouble for the Pickwick side. And rain. As soon as the wicket went, rain. So Bayview spilled 210 in response. 29 for 5. So the rains, as you said, coming from Skeets Bay in St. Philip. That's Wayne Holder's favorite beach in Barbados. Don't think you'll want to go there now because there's so much, what do you call it, sea moss, seaweed. Where that's coming from, though? I mean, so much money being spent by hotels in Barbados to clean up the seaweed. Lots at Bayfield, lots at Skeets Bay in St. Philip, but strong breeze as well up at Beckles Road. The grounds, I think there's one groundsman. Many clubs don't have 2 groundsmen, so the players, they've got to do the job.
Well, I mean, that's the nature of club cricket. Every man chips in. Every man plays his part.
Yeah, and that has been so for a long time.
That's what it is about being a club man.
Yeah, that's true. I'm told that Dwayne Smith is the groundsman at Beckles Road. Did you know that?
I did, actually. I've seen him rolling the wicket.
Why didn't you tell me?
You didn't ask. I've seen him rolling the wicket on quite a few occasions.
Is that true? Dwayne Smith?
Yeah.
Is he going Mason and Guess? I don't think he's going to come. Yeah.
Well, if you go to their home ground, you would see after each and every game, he's the first man out there.
Oh, that's wonderful. And he's a real club man.
He is a real
club man. I mean, okay, yeah. In fact, my friend is making the point here that even last week, he was on the drive more, just making sure everything is fine. So we're going to be having a bit of a challenge too, in relation to our game, because while we are seeing the covers go on with the Pickwick YMPC game, a lot has happened since we last reported, because it's very overcast at the UWI, and it looks as if we're going to get some rain. So it's going to be one of those days. And I'm now being told by Wayne Holder, who spoke to 2 umpires, an inspection is scheduled for 2:30. That could very well be delayed, because what we do have is a situation where we've got the covers being pulled on. So there you have it. What you're seeing, the covers being pulled on here at KFL in the match between UWI and Wildey. And it's starting to rain as well.
It is starting to rain. Very overcast here at the 3Ws Oval. The players seem to be enjoying themselves, though. Quite a couple of them are playing football.
That's a big thing now.
I know saw the likes of Demel Evelyn.
Some people call it kick around.
Kick around.
I wonder if A&E's players could make the Cape Verde team. Did you watch that? Oh, what a game last night.
Top game.
What a game. It's one of the best games you could ever watch.
He didn't say he was
There-
busy giving interviews for the Barbados Grand Prix.
Oh, I mean, this is a situation where 280, so 250 for 8 Wanderers, and with Tevin Imlach on 89, and no doubt looking to get to 100. He spoke to me a couple of weeks ago. He said he wanted to play some cricket in Barbados, and he contacted his good friend. Of course, we're talking about Craig Brathwaite, and at the moment in Guyana, and Andy Payne will know this well because he seldom doesn't leave out. He's always in Guyana, I'm told, along with Wayne Holder. That a lot of rain in Guyana. Now they're scheduled to play next Saturday in the first ODI against New Zealand. Whether or not that game is going to be played is another matter, but a lot of rain in Guyana. And we get a lot of rain here now.
I was not about to
At
say.
UWI, on top of the hill at Cave Hill.
A lot of rain in Barbados as well.
There's a new ground just opened up on East Coast, Esquilo,
Anna Regina. Yeah, that ground.
The ground opened up last night, official opening last night.
There's an official opening last time for the ground at Anna Regina, which I think is in Berbice, right?
And it was rain. It was had a lot.
Lots of rain last night. Okay.
Brian Lara shipped Sean the ball.
Oh, Brian Lara was there. Wonderful. Chandapur. Walsh has now got some interest there. I understand he's got a big restaurant. But he tried with Cuddy's in Jamaica, Kingston. Didn't quite make it. And, of course, Triple Century. That's owned by Gale. And that's not operating anymore. Usain Bolt is doing very well. Yeah, very well managed. No question about that. Tracks and records. Have you been to Jamaica, Rashawn?
I have never been to Jamaica. I hope to travel there one day, but not as yet. Have you been? Well, surely you've been. Surely you've been. That's not.
You sure you want to ask that question?
Well, go on. You tell me about your experiences. Tell me about your experiences
I've been
in
to
Jamaica.
104 times.
104 times. Is that the truth?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Wow.
My first visit to Jamaica was back in 1981. Yeah, and my first test match was 1985 when I saw Patterson Thompson bowling. Oh boy, he was quick.
I've heard.
Oh, Patterson Thompson was one. You know, we don't talk a lot about Patterson Thompson, but Patterson Thompson was quicker. I saw Patterson Thompson, by the way, there's no cricket, in a match, St. Catherine's versus Empire at Bank Hall on the lawn. And he bowled to a batsman called Pearson Best. I'm sure you know that name. Now, Pearson Best was one of those fearless batsmen. And I don't want to describe what happened, but you can imagine. He bowled him a bouncer. And he wasn't wearing a helmet. And when he got struck, the entire Bank Hall went quiet. I would never, ever forget it. In fact, I was doing commentary, and I paused for about 5 minutes. Luckily, Mr. Best came out of it okay. But Patterson Thompson was sharp. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Andy Payne is saying the quickest bowler that's ever bowled at him. And we've had some very, very quick bowlers over the years playing. Of course, we had an interview when we did the Derby with Gregory Arms. So he said that Wayne Daniel was quick. Wayne Holder, did you face Wayne Daniel? Sharp?
Well, I actually played in a match with Wayne Daniel, but I didn't last long enough to play.
Okay, you didn't last long enough. But
George Linton got me out.
George Linton got you out.
With the older ball.
So you preferred spin to get you rather than pace.
I really had the choice.
But he was quick. And again, we don't talk a lot about some other career. I suppose because he didn't play a lot of Test cricket. Sylvester Clarke was quick as well, huh? Very quick. But he was a good keeper. He was a keeper batsman.
Yes, he did tell me about his exploits as a wicketkeeper. He always told me.
He actually was. I think, was better than Josh De Silva.
Wow. Wow.
You're naughty. Oh, he was good.
But speak about Sylvester Clarke.
Yeah, but Sylvester Clarke was quick. And I remember, I've been doing this commentary for such a long time. And I remember, Onestic would never allow you to do a BCL game. You remember those days?
Yes, of course.
Whenever there was a schedule, Maurice Greenwich then at CBC would do the schedule, and all the games would have been
BCL games.
Onestic would do them. But I remember my game finished early, and I had to go up to see St. Catherine's play against the BCL, and my golly. He ran all the St. Catherine's batsmen off a short 2 or 3 steps. It was so quick, huh? And the interesting thing about someone like Sylvester Clarke was that Alvin Kalituran, when he went to India back in 1970, had actually admitted he'd never seen him bowl. And of course, when the players actually went to Packer, it was a I wouldn't say a depleted side, and that's when Malcolm Marshall,
West Indies B side. Yes, remember that.
Who actually would have only played 1 match for Barbados against Jamaica. And I remember Maurice Foster, who was then the Jamaica captain, said to me, boy, this guy's going to play Test cricket. He got 6
wickets in the match, yes.
Yeah, and then went to India after 1 game, and he was absolutely brilliant. And Alvin Kalituran actually took the team to India, but he'd never seen Sylvester Clarke bowl, and he actually bowled Sylvester Clarke's second change. When he saw him, the next Test match, he was opening the bowling. Yeah,
my experience with Sylvester Clarke, the first thing I did with Sylvester Clarke was befriend him.
Yes, you should.
But I remember an encounter at Blenheim, YMPC versus BCL, and YMPC, we dismissed BCL in the evening with let's say about an hour or so to go, just over an hour play left. So the fast bowlers running in fresh with that time in that time space, and Sylvester Clarke was rampant. I mean, quick. I probably batted around number 7 at that time, and so I figured, well, that was me for the day. I actually changed into my shorts and my polo shirt and the likes, because I don't have to bat today. But quick, so Sylvester Clarke was running through the batting. Arlington Hunt gone, Stephen Lord gone. I remember we had a youngster called Paul Singh. Sylvester Clarke bowled a bumper at him, and that ball must have gone through his head because it didn't go over.
Wow.
It could have gone through. I mean, we swore that this man was gone, but the ball ended up in Ricky Skeet's gloves. So quick, so I was batting up, and I had to go and bat that evening. And Sylvester Clarke was really bowling quickly, and I remember I had to pass him. I had to pass him on my way to take my position at the wicket. And when I got to him, my turn, and I told him, listen, my man, outside is getting dark. You need to be careful, no foolishness.
Right.
And I survived the evening, too. I survived the evening. I faced a few balls.
Who was the quickest you faced? By the way, no cricket. The covers are on, as you can see. We're on top of the hill at KFL. Wildey, 61 for 4. We were scheduled to start at 11:30, but then we had 1 or 2 challenges with some seepage, and then 1 or 2 inspections. But about 10 minutes ago, we had a bit of rain, so the covers are firmly on the square.
Well, at the first division level, it must have been Malcolm Marshall. It would have to be Malcolm Marshall.
Okay.
Playing for Banks. And at a couple of times we ran into one another. And I think I can report now. He never got me out.
Oh, really? Okay.
He never actually got me out.
But he was sharp.
Very, very, very sharp. I mean...
But we got some action here, of course. Signal Grove Financial, BCA Youth, 155 all out. So we're gonna bring that to you. But in your time playing for YMPC, when did you actually start playing for YMPC, Wayne?
Actually, I joined YMPC... I left school 77, played BCL 78. In 1979.
Oh, you went to YMPC in 79?
In 1979.
But you said you played for the Barbados?
Not for the league, no. I played in the BCL competition after school.
This is for Eden Lodge, the team?
It was on the Lumber Company, actually, a team called Combined Youth Club.
And what's become of that?
Well, that has phased out. We no
Interesting, just before we look at your history, and we're going to bring you some live action, a lot of the BCL teams no longer exist.
Well, the majority no longer exist. What happened, though, don't forget the advent of a government policy that provided a number of the then BCL grounds with facilities, a number of pavilions and centers built across the island. And it permitted then those teams who didn't have those facilities to gain entry into the BCA competition, because you couldn't play BCA cricket without having a pavilion and having facilities to provide lunch and the like. And, BCL cricket, those facilities didn't exist. So you remember that a number of teams would have then gravitated to the BCA. Your same St. Catherine,
Right,
I believe, would be one of the earlier teams
in the
to
70s,
have done that. Right. So St. John Cultural, the Dovers, and the like. So then you had this falling away of the BCL. So much so then that in the last competition, I think the BCL barely managed to get just over 20 teams playing in their competition. I mean,
So at one stage you had over about 100?
over 100
How many
teams.
teams would you have, say, in the St. Michael area?
Okay, I can name some of the teams for you.
I got my pen and paper.
Yeah, we start with Beverly Hills.
Where was Beverly Hills? What part of Barbados?
Westbury Road.
Westbury Road.
You go to Millbrook.
That football there as well?
Well, yes, they played football. Everton and Beverly Hills in particular was also a football team.
Okay.
All right. I can go back to Millbrook.
Millbrook, where?
In the Bayland area.
The Bayland area, okay.
Yeah, you had there was a Bradford. I think that later became Benfica.
Oh, Benfica.
Playing up there in that Ivy area.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I think there was a team called Hampton playing in the Pine.
Yes, I think Carlisle Best actually played for Hampton.
Well, right. I recall that. Earlier, you had teams in Cave Hill.
Huh?
You had teams in Grisettes.
Eden Lodge area as well?
But
no?
Eden Lodge, no. Believe it or not, the history in Eden Lodge is that they never. Eden Lodge area played BCL cricket for the first time a few years ago.
Okay.
I think Rashawn Hackett was one of the youngsters that I introduced into the Eden Lodge BCL setup. But then you had the likes of Melbourne. I think there were two teams that played on the ground in Black Rock at Belfield.
Okay, Melbourne. Okay.
Yeah, Melbourne, and I think West. There was another name. So yeah, so St. Michael alone could have produced at least 8 teams in the BCL
now my question
back in the late
before,
70s.
of course, Andy Payne comes a call in with Wanderers on 251. So we're going to try and see if we can get Imlac's 100. But he's gotten very good support from Emilian, who is now up to 12. So Tevin Imlac in his, was this his first match?
First match.
92. Yeah. Sure, that's going to make primetime sports tonight in Georgetown. There's several newspapers there.
Well, the thing, Andrew, this is an area that just to switch slightly.
Yeah.
That maybe we here in Barbados, the authorities in Barbados, may very well looking to get more of these types of players coming into our local competition.
Yeah, and this is something that Andy Payne has been advocating for a long time. But just before he comes a call in, somebody's asking where his Athene is, and he's maybe in Roseau. But so, are there any BCL teams in St. Michael now?
No, I can't think of any.
No.
Let me. I like to be exact.
Someone could send me a WhatsApp and tell me if there are any BCL teams in St. Michael. Send it to 2534679.
The last BCL team that I can remember playing out of St. Michael is Ipswich 2 years ago.
And they're not in the BCL.
We didn't enter this season.
Okay.
We didn't enter the 2026 season.
Does police play BCL?
The police have a team there, and they're based in St. James.
Okay, they're based in St. James. So you're saying to me that maybe 30, 40 years ago.
Oh, no, you talk about it. Radcliffe,
do they still play?
They had been out of the competition for a while. They came back into the competition last season.
Oh, Radcliffe.
Yeah. This season.
What part of St. Michael is Radcliffe?
That's in Britainsill.
Oh, Britainsill area, Radcliffe.
Valerie playing field.
Okay, lovely.
On the
so at least there's one.
So there's that one. And like I said, they came back into the competition after years of absence.
Mm.
And they would, and then the BCL came up with this experiment of playing their season in the BCA outer season. So the cricket season started sometime in January.
That's true.
Which would have allowed. So you had a situation.
Was that something you supported?
Well, yes, I can say yes.
But you're not sure.
No, yes, no, definitely
okay,
I support it from the point of view that, it allowed a number of players who normally would not have had the opportunity to play in the BCL. So you had a number of the BCA players in the competition, and it did lend to an enhancement of the standard of play. I thought. I mean, you look at a team like Shannon, right below us here in St. James, and they attracted quite a number of very well-known BCA cricketers.
Okay.
And I think they won it was the league they won? No, I think the T20. Yeah, Shannon won the T20 competition.
Interesting here, Tevin Imlach is 93, and they've got a silly point in, and he's been troubled by Marshall. Now, that's a wide ball. That's put away square on the offside. We'll look to get a second run, and we'll get it to heads very close to the boundary. And we even contemplate the third, and should get it. Bit of a fumble. But he's now getting even closer to that 100, Tevin Imlach, so we're going to try to bring that for you.
You talk about the forward short leg, but if you look at the figures of Andre Marshall, you can probably see why.
Yes, he's got 5 wickets. How good is Andre Marshall?
Well, very good. Good enough to dominate a local competition.
What are his assets? What do you like
accuracy?
about him?
His accuracy is there at you over and over again. He's got variety. Changes of pace, subtle changes of pace, and he can also, he has an excellent arm ball. Bring that ball in from, along with getting the ball to spin away. He actually has the ability to bring the ball in, well, through the air mainly, but that arm ball, I think Collie Fox is the number of batters.
Oh, I like that word. Oh, I haven't heard that in a long time. That's too wide. Lucky to get away with that. So the attention is turned to Tevin Imlach, the man from Georgetown in Guyana.
Just one strike away.
Demerara, one of the 3 counties of that wonderful country, Guyana. Of course, there's Essequibo and Berbice, where some great West Indian cricketers would have come from. Brooks looking to deny him the 100.
He's got to.
He's what, 97 now?
97.
I think there's a football game on at the moment as well. What's happening in that game? Is the game supposed to be at 1, or am I right? Mr. Andy Payne, can you tell me? You're a big football man supporting Cape Verde. Oh, they were brilliant. It's a pity that Wayne Holder didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it. I was at races, Andy.
What's happening there in the game? 0-0 at halftime. So Morocco.
Expect Morocco to go a long way in this game. I expect Morocco to win.
They've got good players. Hakeem is a top man. England are playing in the high altitude of Mexico tomorrow, and they're complaining already. That's going to be a big game tomorrow, England. Lots of support in Barbados, England. Of course, it's considered by some as the mother country. Some of the great historians, like the late, great Trevor Marshall, would be quite upset when you say that. I said it once on the show with him on Mason and Guest. He chastised me at the end of the show. So 257 for the loss of 8 with Tevin Imlach on 97. I've got to get out of here now because, of course, my good friend is going to come a call in talking about Andy Payne. So we just let you know that no cricket for the day. The featured match, Wildey playing against UWI. Wildey 61 for 4. We were scheduled to start at 11:30, and there was an inspection at 12:15 the first because of some seepage. And one or two inspections, and then the rains came. Although the outfield is pretty okay, and the sun is trying to peep through the heavy clouds. The covers are firmly on the square, and we are hoping that we can get some action in the afternoon. But of course, our attention is turned to Imlach, who is just 3 runs away and sweeps pretty well. We look for the second. That's heading out towards the boundary. It's a shot that is used a great deal. The 50 partnership has come up as well. And no doubt looking to get to his 100. Tevin Imlach said I spoke to him a couple about 2 weeks ago, and he said he really wanted to come and play some cricket in Barbados. He's now 99. Here's Marshall to bowl to him. And that's short, and that's pulled away. And what a way to get to his 100. It's gone for maximum. Tevin Imlach, 129 balls, 105 in his first match for Wanderers. Congratulations to the man from Georgetown, Guyana, the Harp Eagles captain. He said he wanted to come to Barbados and play cricket. Well, he's done more than that. He's playing cricket. He's got 100. Well done to him. He's 105 and Wanderers, 265 for 8. Well done to Tevin Imlach.
Yes. Very fine knock by the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain. This would serve him in very good stead as the Guyanese getting ready for the Global Super League, which will be coming up, and getting some much valued, not only practice, but much practice, as I welcome Andy Payne back with me. And Andy, there's nothing like actual match play to get yourself ready for whatever competition it may be coming.
Yes, thank you, Wayne. And like you said, and to start it with a century, 106 not out, Tevin Imlach, the Guyana Harpy Eagles captain, like Andrew Mason would have said previously. But, you know, Wanderers also would have attracted the likes of Clayton Lambert previously from Guyana as well, and also represented the West Indies. So they've got that relationship, Wayne.
Yes,
and like Andrew said,
one can go.
Imlach wanted to come here and play on the bat of Kevin St. Clair, who was here at the game a series earlier, representing the Empire side. Well done to the young man.
Well, it's a trend that it never actually became such a trend. It was more spasmodic, where you get players from the other territories coming in to Barbados and playing in the competition. I go all the way back to, well, Shane Julian was actually resident here in Barbados, so he might not be the best example. I remember Ignatius Cadet, the Windward Islands and Combined Islands wicket-keeper batter being here at some stage. Camillus Alexander, the leg spinner from the Windwards, played with the Pickwick side, and this is before Pickwick left Kensington, so this may be a bit before you were born.
Well, no, I actually played with Camillus, but you're going to fool the public. But obviously, out of Guyana, I would have played with Nicholas de Groot. He would have played alongside myself here from Guyana at Maple. So there have been a number of them coming through.
Yes.
You didn't speak about Pittwick and Jeff Dujon, but then he became resident as well.
But yes, myself and Shane Julian were very good friends, actually lived in the same neighborhood, I recall. And there was also another name that comes to mind as the game here continues. This is the Windward BCA Youth match.
But on screen, you've got an expat in Kai Ramdu. He's from Trinidad.
Well, yes, I saw him score 100 in the last series of matches. He's basically, Imlach he would have been the last recruit before Tevin Imlach, because Ramdu actually played in the previous series.
As did Kevin Sinclair.
So Sinclair still with the Empire this game? Or?
No, he's back in Guyana because
Okay.
he's actually playing that game that I mentioned to Andrew Mason a bit earlier.
Oh, I mean the last night situation.
Yep, so he's very much back in Guyana. But here is the same young Jakeem Pollard, one for the future, definitely Wayne. Just spraying outside the off stump and getting spanked to the boundary for 4.
Ramdu getting 100, getting that boundary. But yes, I'm quite impressed with what I saw of Ramdu in that match against the same Wildey team that are playing here. He took 100 off that attack and looked in total control throughout the innings. Left-handed batter. Got the opportunity to open the batting because of an injury to Seth Agard. He batted at number 3 in the first innings. But I think he is by upbringing an opening batter himself.
But Jakeem Pollard, one who we speak so highly of, when as that over comes to an end, when we're 4 for no loss, just that boundary to Ramdu, got up to 155, the youth. So trying to amass, just go beyond that first innings would be the win. Where so these are both teams in seller position in the Elite Division. But Pollard, a lot of eyes will be on him.
Well, yes, big left arm fast bowler, Jakeem Pollard, already recognized by the West Indies youth selectors, and has been also a part and parcel of a recent training stint, academy stint with the West Indies. So he has been identified as one of a cohort of young pacers that the West Indies management would be looking at with a view to the future, very much so. He's actually himself, Jakeem Pollard, and R.J. Gittins, the two Barbadians in that setup.
But we've also got young Shaquan Bell, who also represents the Windward side, promising all-rounder.
Another one of the West Indies youth team players.
Yeah, I've seen him bat. He's a very good all-around player in the making.
To the
Bell.
To the last World Cup. Very handy with the bat too.
This was I just said. Very useful player. Bell. Love to see him with a bat. Here it is, almost a suicidal run out there. Ramdu, this one of the one hit into mid-wicket by Michael Greenwich. And Ramdu, I don't know where he was going the other way, but the throw came into the bowler's in. And he found himself a bit wanting. Had that hit, that would be wicket number 1.
Well, he was convinced that there was a run there. Greenwich didn't respond, and he found himself stranded. Luckily, the return, no one at home for the return at this non-striker's end. Luckily for him. Again, here he is calling, looking to get Greenwich on the move for a sharp single.
I don't think that was on either, but Jahidi Hines is entrusted with a new ball to partner Pollard. Another one of those useful all-rounders coming up, just coming through the under 17 ranks now, making it into the under 19 first time.
Young, medium, fast, not express by any means, but as you said, one of those all-round cricketers. You know, there's a term that some people take offense to, but I don't think it was meant to be derogatory in any way. It's the term bits and pieces all-rounder. And I find in the Caribbean a lot of people seem to think it a derogatory term, but it is very prevalently used in English cricket. All it means is that this is a person who can do a bit of everything in the game. Is not suggesting that they do not excel in any particular area. You know, in a lot of time you're talking about a genuine all-rounder who can, you know, be of value in different sections of the game, whether it be batting, whether it be bowling.
Hines is one of those such prospects. He said, useful with the ball, lovely with a bat.
More than useful with the bat.
Delivery outside the off stump.
Chasing a wide delivery.
Wide delivery. And here is another young player, Greenwich. Michael Greenwich, one of those players who were around the Barbados on the 19 side. He was around the West Indies on the 19 before he probably got cut as well there, Wayne. But so much talent going around here. Says how do we harness this talent?
Well, the thing about it is that a lot of it of similar quality. Good delivery there to the left-hander. I think Ramdu, I think you can credit him with having held the bat inside the line, but that delivery from around the wicket, pitching outside the off stump, and Ramdu tempted to play only to recognize that it was actually not coming back at him, but straightening and holding its own to the keeper.
Moral victory to the bowler. I'm sure he will be happy after seeing Ramdu play at such a delivery.
Looking to drag his hands away from the body. Again, this time Ramdu moving on to his off stump quite early. You can see him onto the front foot and getting across his wicket and covering the line of that next delivery to bring us to the end of the over. So Windward, 155 is their initial target for first innings lead. And of course, having picked up maximum bowling points, they would want to score heavily in this first innings. So as to also accumulate, if not maximum, as close to maximum batting points, still giving themselves enough time, weather permitting, to be able to dismiss the youngsters a second time. They're desperately in need of as many points as they can get, Windward.
Yeah, this is a good bowling unit, though, for the youth. I can tell you, with the inclusion of Pollard, lovely left arm, medium fast, with the ability to bowl some very quick deliveries.
Yes, I did. So I did see him in a youth trial match really shake up some youngsters at the Briar Hall ground, leading up to the regional tournament. I think there was a game on Thursday gone to a practice match for the team already selected, worked away into the onside by Greenwich. They go languidly for one, and second runs easily taken. So getting that one into the pads, and Greenwich working it away into the onside. As I said, there was a practice match for the Barbados team versus a rest team at Briar Hall last Thursday. I think there's a second game. I think the final warm-up for the Barbados outfit. Also on Tuesday, again at Briar Hall. So just informing those who may be interested. Pollard left arm over the wicket, and looking for the drive. Ball into the offside.
Greenwich, good little player, left-handed bat, opening bat. He just need to get that century on his belt. He's gotten a few starts, a couple of half centuries for the Windward side. Haven't carried on to the century numbers, but like I said, he was good enough to be around the West Indies on the 19th prior to getting cut for the final lot for the World Cup. A young man just trying to get himself in gear. You know, he's been doing some work with, Sharon Campbell. So to the Dexter Toppin, young Greenwich. Lovely delivery there, just leaving the left-handed and through to the keeper.
Yes, groping at that one again. Another delivery from over the wicket, the left arm. So the natural angle is back in to the left-handed batter, and this one pitching and going away towards the slip, and genuinely beaten by that delivery there, Greenwich. Talk of Michael Greenwich, Micaiah Simmons, another young opening batter we just saw dismissed earlier, playing for the Pickwick side. But these two names, somehow or another, they come to me simultaneously. If I hear Michael Greenwich, I immediately think about Micaiah Simmons, and vice versa.
Yeah. Foreign drive again, a little bit of indecision between the pair in the middle running. But getting there in the end comfortably for another single.
Even from this angle, not a lot of eye contact between the two batters. Is an observation I'm making from here, and maybe has to do with the fact that they, with Ramdu now coming into this side, you know, not very familiar with him. Both left-handers, is Ramdu looking for the big shot and getting it through the offside. Racing away, playing at the Brereton ground. Not the biggest of outfields, but well appointed ground there. The Wayne Daniel Pavilion, actually, it is Brereton and St. Philip, from where Wayne Daniel originates. Still living there. Ran into him just a couple of weeks ago, or less than a couple of weeks ago. We ran into one another at the coconut vendor there on the Graham Hall stretch, and we both are purchasing some coconut water, and took the opportunity to also get some jelly, some coconut jelly.
Was it early in the morning?
Well, no, it was afternoon actually.
Because I would think that, you know what I mean? He know where I would have seen him a lot of times near to that coconut vendor in Graham Hall.
I suspect I know what you're talking about. Well, that was way back then for me. I don't know. I no longer partake in that activity.
St. Lawrence Gap. Is speaking about the gap.
Well, yes, when the gap was the gap.
Yes. So we would always hook up on St. Lawrence Gap for a little libation. Daniel, the diamond.
The diamond. Actually, when I saw him, I referred to him as Dumby. Big Dumby, that was his nickname at school at Princess Margaret. You know, earlier today, Andrew Mason asked me if I had ever faced up to Wayne Daniel. And I remember when Wayne Daniel was playing Ronald Tree Cricket, the under-15 competition, with a very, very powerful Princess Margaret side, I think, that went on to win the competition. And I was happy when I wasn't selected for the game against Princess Margaret.
Well, here back at Friendship, Wanderers continues 277 for 8. Imlat, he's gone for a sweep to the new bowler. It looked like Neil Passat. He's been introduced to the attack after being struck for 6 previous delivery. He's trying to sweep that one. And just hitting him outside the off stump. Umpire Leon Lane not interested. Imlat, he's on 116 million. He's on 12.
This partnership with $1 million though must have been a frustrating one for the Spartan team.
Just offering good resistance and good support to Imlat. $1 million, 12 from 48, 116 is Imlat. He overcomes and then actually still one delivery left. They're 277 for 8 as we approach the 60-60 over.
That 8th wicket falling with a score on 208 actually. So some 69 for this partnership so far.
Yes, still within sight of another batting point. There's still some 9 overs to the 75th, and there's still some 23 runs.
Just 23 runs away. So they should fancy themselves getting there, especially if this pair stays together. And Imlak remains there till the 75th over. 116 he is. And Imlak coming to the wicket at number 4 after the dismissal of Jonathan Drakes. Had something of a partnership with his captain, Craig Brathwaite. That pair adding some 83 for the 3rd wicket. They were together at the close last Saturday and started out today again. Brathwaite falling for 94, but Imlak going on to the 3 figures.
This is good showing by the Wanderers side. Remember, Sparta would have won the toss and inserted the Wanderers team to bat, and they've really put up some good resistance here. Like you said, partnerships coming all the way down the line. Number 8 now, the 8th wicket partnership of some 69 runs, like you rightly said, Wayne, and a bowling change.
Well, yes, it looks like Stephon King, is it?
It's King, yes.
The right arm medium pace, a swing bowler, Stephon King.
Getting that one off the older edge. Emilian should get some runs for it. Comes back for a second. Goes past his appeal for run out. Good work there by keeper Gibson, but seems to be home.
Well, yes, very much so. The return slightly off the straight. I think given what we witnessed there, a good strong return right over the top of the stumps could have found Emilian in some problems. But getting squared up there by a delivery. And ball traveling down towards the third man area. So Emilian picking up another couple of runs. He goes up to 14. The total 279 for 8. Now Wanderers invited to bat, and Spartan with 3 bowling points need another wicket to pick up those maximum. The Spartan team coming into this series of matches in 2nd position in the standings, just 2 points off Gladiola, who have been in the lead for basically the entire season, starting out with a victory right here at the 3W's Oval over UWI in the very first match.
I think there was only one series where they probably were in the leaders' row, which was Series 6, when we were the joint lead at the top between Empire and Spartan.
Oh, yes, they went to the top briefly.
Yeah, but Gladiola, they've been there. But I mean, from the first victory, like you rightfully said.
But a very close race it has been this season. One of the closest we've seen for quite a while. The teams jostling, a number of teams jostling near the top. It's this delivery, a million who has proven very handy with the bat over the season for Wanderers, has played a number of crucial knocks. One remembers his part in the
2 rounds ago, maybe?
Yeah, when they held on for a draw against Wildey. He has batted the entire last day, and a million who came in the evening before as a night watchman, and he stuck around and frustrated Wildey for quite a while.
So remember that? He batted well with Jonathan Drates, who got up to a century. But here he is, just showing his own class. Where he's just coming on the front foot and playing an over-pitch delivery from King through the cover region and picking up a ball.
Yes, there was some swagger about that shot. Played it in great style, just easing onto the front foot and no violence whatsoever. Just gracefully placing it between the infield and picking up a boundary that would really boost his confidence. If it needed any boosting, it's been there now for some 53 deliveries.
On the defensive on that occasion. Strong delivery to close out that over. King. He's got 1 for 25 from 8 overs. Stefan King. So 283 for 8. 67 overs completed. And just eyeing up that 4th batting point.
Yes, they're creeping up to the 300 mark. The two batters are having a discussion mid-pitch. You see the Spartan captain, Akeem Springer, with the helmet in hand, the number 1. On his back. Must be quite concerned now that I can't say the game has gotten away, but any advantage that they thought that they might have had when getting that 8th wicket seems to have dissipated. So we saw Brathwaite going at 143. Jared Lovell joined
Imlat just going for the maximum there, in using his feet to Neil Prasad and hitting that one well over the top for yet another towering 6. So just showing his experience and his class is Tevin Imlat, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain, and hitting that one over the top. Prasad proven to be a bit expensive. Second 6 in consecutive overs. Imlat moves up to 122. Wanderers goes up to 289 for 8. And here he does it again. If you think the first one was nice, just look at the second one. Another maximum, 2 sixes in succession from Tevin Imlat. He takes his tally up to 128, takes the Wanderers to 295 for 8. And coming on the pressure is Prasad. A second consecutive 6 win.
Yes, and Imlat definitely with his sights on that 300 for Wanderers, and he's decided to take on the diminutive off spinner, Neil Prasad, and Prasad fairly expensive. No, he's given up some 67 runs, and this is his 15th over, and getting it. Imlat showing good use of his feet too, out of Guyana. Guyana has over the years produced a number of very good players of spin. The tracks in Guyana generally are quite slow and quite favorable, conducive to spin bowling, and Imlat a product of those conditions, and fairly easily mastering the spin bowling here.
Also wicket keeper.
Well, yes. Well, some would say wicket keeper first. Lots of discussion surrounding wicket keepers in cricket generally of late, but in West Indies in particular. And Imlat would have been part of that discussion, having had the opportunity to be the leading, the number one keeper on the trip to India and New Zealand earlier. Some would say not taking full advantage of the opportunity, although it was more for his batting than his keeping, that I would want to suggest that he would have lost his place.
Well, we saw this first game in this test series against Sri Lanka when Joshua De Silva, he was back in the first 11, and now in the second test you've seen Shea Hope, the man with the gloves.
Yeah, by the rate of runs though, Joshua De Silva forcing his way back into the side. I don't think if it was left to strictly wicket keeping that he would necessarily overtake Imlach for the position, but on the rate of runs in the regional 4-day competition, he demanded a place in the West Indies side. As fate would have it, Shea Hope went down with an injury. Amir Django got the opportunity, grabbed it with both hands, literally both hands, a double 100. He scored, so that immediately made him undroppable. And 200 for 6, no, 490, for 6. Yeah, yes, it is. Let me get my glasses. Taking a 6 for an 8. I've heard about a 6 for a 9, but taking a 6 for an 8. 489 for 6 with Dinusha, Sunal Dinusha, not out on 80. Himself and Kusal Mendes having a partnership after resuming from an overnight position of 338 for 5. So getting back a bit of their own, the West Indies. The West Indies, remember, kept the Sri Lankans in the field for all of 2 days and a bit more in that first test, in that monumental partnership between Django and the captain, Roston Chase. And here we see Sri Lanka batting first yesterday, and we've gone heading towards T on the second day, and still very much in occupation of the crease.
Yes, we are doing a good job here at the Friendship Ground. Doing good application of the crease as well is Tevin Imlach with great support from Emilian. He's on 129, Imlach, Emilian on 18, and put together a fantastic 8th wicket partnership. Well, actually a 9th wicket partnership when they're 8 wickets down, 296 for 8. Like you said, trying to get up to that 300 mark for additional batting point. 4 batting points, the maximum. And all set for that. It's going to be King to continue. See, young Teron Gibson, the wicket keeper, up to the stumps.
Standing up to the stumps.
Something that we've seen.
Again, we talk about this discussion about wicket keepers of late, and very much in that discussion, the work done by Tom Blundell in the series just completed with England, in England, New Zealand versus England, and Tom Blundell, and the mark that he made on that series by taking the initiative of standing up to the wicket for the medium pacers in the New Zealand side.
I want to take it there again. Lovely work down the leg side there by Gibson. King, you can see just spraying that one down the leg, and Gibson moving nicely weighing down to the leg side, collecting cleanly and just whipping the bails off, albeit Imlach didn't move up with his ground, but brilliant work.
Lovely glove work by Gibson, as we all know who have seen him. Really, really beautiful to watch going about. His work has been highly recommended by a number of those who know what they're talking about. And the Spartan group there have been singing his praises.
Again, one of those keepers who we want to see in front of the stumps, the numbers to add up.
Well, yes, but that is where I think he may be challenged. Not that he himself is not a decent player,
he is,
but the competition. That he comes up against is going to demand a lot more from him with the bat, if he's going to supersede any of them.
Good delivery there from King, just jagging back into Imlat. So you're just acknowledging that is Imlat. He's on 129, so a good length on that occasion from King. But back to these gatekeepers, and you speak about Blundell and the work that he would have done in that series against England. But I take you back a bit further away to the Ashes, and you saw Alex Carey.
Alex Carey did a similar job. Yes.
Fantastic glove work up to Scott Boland. But he was very impressive.
Well, yes, it is a breath of fresh air for me, having applied my trade.
Likewise.
like yourself, Andy. And, you know, it is something that I have been mentioning over the past couple of seasons whenever I get the opportunity in commentary. I've noticed that it is something that has gone out of vogue. Wicket keepers standing up to the wicket for medium pacers, and particularly on some of the rather flat surfaces, which we see nowadays.
I'll take you back to a name that here in Barbados cricket, that whenever I saw him, I mean, it was a joy to watch. And I mentioned none other than Mike King. Sorry, Mike Worrell. Mike King for stats. But Mike Worrell doing that job up to the wicket, to the pacers, to the faster men. Oh, what a joy.
Well, he was an exception. I mean, he burst onto the scene. I remember he was in England, I believe, and none other than Clive Lloyd took fancy to him as a keeper. And he did, even before his reputation preceded him. When he came back to Barbados and seeing this man at work, I mean, this was something else. As a keeper myself, you know, he set a standard that was way above what I myself might have noticed previously. And an excellent glove man. And he wasn't only good up to the wicket, he was also a very good standing back, mind you. Mike Worrell, but he gave that extra advantage, and the keeper standing up to the wicket gives an extra advantage, you know. And it's something that, as I said, that I've seen fall away in local cricket, and it's beginning to even at the international level right now. You can see.
But yes, here we head back over to the youth, where Ramdu, he's on 27, Goodrich, he's on 15, and see young Zarel Harden being introduced. Another one of the promising fast bowlers being.
Well, yes, this young man has caught the eye quite early. I remember seeing him as a 13-year-old with the Franklin Stevenson Academy, and being immediately taken in with the skills that he was displaying. You know, the ability to move the ball, the ability. The pace he was generating at such a young, tender age, and the technical skills. You know, I remember I was in England with the Franklin Stevenson Academy. I think that was 2023, and Harding was part of that squad. And the first thing that caught my attention when I saw him was his strong wrist position, the strong wrist position which he possessed. And sliding those fingers down the back of the ball, but it was really nice watching for a young man of such tender age. Here he is now back home. He's been in England at school on scholarship.
St. Bede's.
Well, St. Bede's, none other than St. Bede's, and coming back here now, I guess, as he gets ready for the regional under 19 Rising Stars tournament. I think the team travel sometime next week in Antigua, that tournament. It's the first time I'm seeing him since he's been to England. Here we see Ramdo having a big swing, the ball flying apparently over the slip area. He's got some protection down at deep third, so just a single.
He's just got a good rhythm. He's an athlete. You can just see just his approach to the crease. He's also known to run some 400s.
Well, yes, a strong 400-meter runner for the course. Paris School is alma mater. Your alma mater too,
as well. Yes.
No bias.
None whatsoever. He represented Mayville as well, and in his first outing really in the Division 1.
He's been in England. Otis is a very busy man.
Because Otis is now back in the West Indies.
Well, no, back with the West Indies.
Yeah.
Yes.
But no, good support. His guardians are always there supporting him. Young Zarel Harden, and like you said, good future. Useful with the bat as well.
Well, you said an excellent all-round athlete. He has proven to be, and that is another area in which I think that we need to encourage younger players to participate in sports outside of cricket. So another thing, some of us tend to specialize a bit too early, and Harding you would see the strong. Young Jahidi Hines continues to garnish and stroked gracefully to the covers for a boundary. As we make a switch once again, Wonders getting up to the 300 mark and going on at 305 for 8.
Yes, indeed, we're getting pretty close to the T interval as well, Wayne. So this is very good batting on the part of the Wanderers side. Siobhan Brooks, leg spinner. He's back in the attack. 1 for 84. He's in his 14th over. But Tevin Imlat is the man of the moment. 132 from 155 deliveries. His first outing for the Wanderers. And what an introduction to elite cricket here in Barbados. Short delivery. And just trying to pull that one. It's just getting him somewhere in the body. And Akil Greenwich there at that forward short leg position. Just hauling it in until being replaced. Or remove and placed to a leg gully.
A lot of work for the Spartan spinners. The Spartan trio of spinners. 28 overs out of Andre Marshall. Prasad bowling some 15 overs. And now Siobhan Brooks are finishing off his 14th. So quite a lot of work between the spinners. We've had 9 from King, 3 from Norville, and 2 from Achilles Brown. So just out of the 71 overs bowled by Spartan, only 14 are coming from the pacers and the medium pacers. As we go to the lunch break, as it says here, tea break, essentially, Wanderers continuing to enjoy a very strong position and maintaining and achieving the latest target, which would be the 4 maximum batting points, finishing the session at 305 for 8, coming back with only 2 wickets down overnight, and Tevin Imlak proving his worth to the side. At the break, he's 132 not out. The partnership with Pius Emilion for the 9th wicket now worth some 97 runs, do you believe it or not. Emilion there on 24 from some 66 deliveries. Imlak having faced 155 balls, 7 4s and 7 6s. A really dominant knock by him from all indications.
Very dominant indeed. Wayne, like you said, and that partnership really rubbing some salt into the wongs of the Spartan side, who, like you said, when they picked up that 8th wicket, they thought they probably would have run through the back end of the Wanderers batting lineup and try to get themselves in a chance to bat before the tea interval. Remember, they would have won the toss. Sparta, they inserted the Wanderers to bat, and they've really piled the pressure on, ably led by
the track on which we are playing. Still some covers remaining in the areas of the square itself, and momentarily we'll be having the umpires coming on to the middle. Pity that we haven't had any play. Beautiful sunshine and all except for that one spot on the pitch. It's play held up.
Well, the players are at lunch, and we're going to have a little break here, Wayne, from the middle. We'll be coming back to you after the inspection, really, and with more information for decision after the break.
And welcome back to the university. We call it on top of the hill at Cave Hill. And we came here this morning hopeful that there will be action between Wildey and, of course, UWI. At the close of the first day's play, it was 61-4, the defending champions. But we had rain last night. In fact, we had some rain again this morning. But that was really not the problem. The problem was, yes, covers very much on the square, but there was some seepage. We were scheduled to start at 11:30, and the first inspection at 12:15. The umpires came out, umpires calendar, and Codrington, and then we had several inspections. Then the rains came just before 1 o'clock, and about 10 minutes ago, the umpires decided that because of the situation where there was seepage on the pitch, and it has not gotten better at all, and no sun to really help. The day is over. The day abandoned. Yes, no cricket today in the match between UWI and the defending champions, Wildey. Wildey were 61-4 with Bolden on 13 and Paris on 4. And as you can see, the players are having a game of football. They tell me that sometimes the cricketers play more football than cricket nowadays. They really love to play the football. And this is a major disappointment because the reality is that we didn't have any rain, just a little bit. But the covers may be leaking a bit, and that is something that, of course, the people in charge would have to look at. So then, no play on the second day of the match between Wildey and UWI, and the action hopefully will continue tomorrow, 11:30 Eastern Caribbean time. And unless something dramatic happens, you expect this game to end in a draw if we do, in fact, get cricket, which would be a major disappointment as Rashawn Hackett joins me, to particularly Wildey, a side that very much the defending champions, but in kind of mid-table because you expect them to be at the top. And when I look at your sheet, they're on 67 points. So, Rashawn, as you join me, a major disappointment, no play on the second day.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and good afternoon to you and all of the viewers. Very good summary of what has happened here so far at the 3Ws Oval. And as you stated, a major disappointment for the Wildey side as well as the UWI side, because a situation like this creates limited opportunity for both teams to get maximum points. So we'll have to hope for some play here tomorrow at the 3Ws Oval, and I'm sure that both teams will just be hoping to get some play, hoping to get some points on their belt. I don't think that there will be a result, as you stated, so it's just a matter of who can get points, whether UWI can come here tomorrow and bowl out the Wildey side, or if Wildey can rebuild from 61-4 and get some batting points under their belt. But as it stands, as you stated, no play here at the 3Ws Oval, and the players seem to be enjoying themselves. A bit of handball going on from the UE camp and the Wildey side.
You call it what?
Handball.
Oh, handball. Do you play handball?
I do play some handball. It's a very fun game to play before and after cricket.
Okay.
They play with a funny looking ball. I'm trying to remember the exact name.
Looking ball.
I'm trying to remember the exact name of it, but I can't remember right now. But it's a sponge. It's a sponge ball.
For those of us who would know, like Mr. Lane and the young photographers here and the cameramen, what is that, though? What
handball.
Yes. Tell me what is handball.
Okay.
I'm keen to know.
So handball is a game derived from football. So we know that in football you have the two goals set up, and you try to get the ball through the goal for football. So handball now is the complete opposite. You're using only your hands.
Oh.
So you could play with a tennis ball, you could play with a hard ball, you could play with a sponge ball like they're using now. You throw the ball around to your teammates. Normally, you have to complete a minimum amount of passes so that the ball gets around to everyone. So normally it's like 5 or 10.
Right.
And the whole goal is to get the ball in the opposition team's goal bar. But if you are tied, it's a tied sport. If you are touched while the ball is in your possession, then it switches possession over to the other team. So very similar game to football. You try to keep possession of the ball and get to the other team's goal bar. Very similar game.
Okay. Well, I'll try it at my 10 days of 64 handball. But it's a situation where we're going to continue the action. There's no doubt about that, because when you talk about Achilles Brown and Akeem Springer. You're talking about Fusion Boutique Spartan, and they are 2 without loss. They are playing against a side that did pretty well with a century maker, Fusion Boutique Spartan. They trailed by 303 playing against the Wanderers team, with Tevin Imlach making 100. And, well, there was another cricketer who actually fell short, and that cricketer falling short was Craig Brathwaite. You've got the details.
Yes, Craig Brathwaite, he fell just short, 94 from 103 deliveries. Tevin Imlach, though, he was the standout performer from that innings, 132 not out from 155 deliveries, and he was well supported by Pius Emilian, who scored 24 from 66 deliveries. But as it stands at the Louis Linton Sports Complex, 2 without loss for the Fusions Boutique Spartan side. First over completed.
Yeah, so tell me about Tevin Imlach's 100.
Yes, Tevin Imlach's 100. It was a masterful innings. He really played well. I watched back some of the highlights from last weekend, and the way he just stroked the ball all along the ground, and he was very good aerially too. Any bad balls he got, he put away. And he came back this morning, he did the hard work, and he got to the magnificent 3 figures. So I'm sure that he'd be happy with that, along with his Wanderers teammates. Everyone would be happy with that innings. And he was very well supported by Pius Emilian. Wanderers finished on 305 for 8 declared. And the last wicket to fall was at 208, meaning that those two shared 90-plus runs partnership.
Mm-hmm. So Emilian is going to bowl. And interesting you said for 8, so it means that Spartan would have picked up, 3 bowling points?
Yes, Spartan would have gotten some bowling points.
And maximum points to
the Wanderers side.
The Wanderers team, as they need it, Wanderers.
Oh, good delivery there.
Some bonks. Not a lot of he doesn't turn the ball a great deal. Pius Emilian, interesting name. Left arm, orthodox spin ball, and wrong the wicket to the right-handed Springer. The forward short leg is in, and there are 2 slips. And this is a trend nowadays where a lot of spinners bowl with 2 slips, and then they pull the forward short leg to silly point, as is the case now.
Well, I like to see aggressive field setting like this early on in the innings. Springer, we know what he's capable of, but at the end of the day, every batsman has to start from scratch. And Springer, well, I was now praising the field setting here from Emilian and skipper Lovell, but he went completely against the field that he had set. With a field like that, you'd want to get the batsman playing forward, but he just went a bit too full and down the leg side, so it really was easy scoring for Springer. But as I was saying, he'd want to be getting that good length delivery where the ball can spin away from the batsman.
When you look at the angles of that that clubhouse, it's more going towards Warren's, I would think. That big swing on the leg side. But it was a good shot. Very well played indeed by Akeem Springer, the heavy-set Spartan captain, who actually had a stint recently playing in Australia. A lot of West Indians go to Australia to play grade cricket, and he was certainly one of them.
Well, it's something that's quite trendy these days. A lot of our cricketers go to Australia. A lot of them go to the UK to play some cricket. In the summer, he was one who was fortunate enough to get the opportunity. And I had a chat with him at the beginning of the season where he told me that he was coming off of good form in Australia. And this season, he has his eyes set on getting to 500 runs and leading from the front for his team. And he's been doing that. He's been doing a fantastic job at that, I must say.
Did he tell you he wants to play for Barbados?
He did not tell me that. Okay. I don't know if that's on his mind, but he didn't state it.
Okay. Yeah, I think he should. That should be the goal, really. But of course, they say vision is the art of seeing things invisible. But he's one who's certainly done well for Spartan. Scores a lot of runs at the local level. Akeem Springer out of St. Thomas in Barbados.
Well, he's been getting some starts so far for the season, but just not yet converted any into a century. He's got, I'd read his scores to you now, Andrew. In the first game versus Wildey, he's got 36 and a duck. Second game versus BCA Youth, 32 and 54 not out. Third game, 63 and 80 versus Pickwick. Versus Gladiola, he got a duck. Versus YMPC, 4 and 30 not out. And in the last game versus Empire, 74 runs. So he's gotten quite a lot of starts on his way to 373 runs total. Before this innings, he's just not yet converted and found that century that he would have told me about at the beginning of the season.
So the ball cannot be found. It was hit with tremendous power. Taken from about a ground like the Yorkshire ground, Empire, you know, YMPC. These are small grounds.
The ball appears to be coming back into play.
Yeah, I think they've maybe found it traveling on the ABC highway. But, you know, Springer's a big man, very big man, out of St. Thomas, I think. And is a pretty decent captain, tactically pretty good. Although I think sometimes he's quite unsure on winning the toss rather than bat or bowl.
You find that?
Yeah. In fact, I remember 2 years ago, he went to Beccles Road in a tight match, won the toss, elected to bowl first. YMPC got a bundle of runs and went on to win the game. On the second day, the pitch was not the best, and Spartan lost the game. I remember having a robust discussion with him about it. Anyhow, 2 overs gone. It's 8 without loss.
So Fusion's Boutique Spartan trailing by 297 runs in this first innings. 8 without loss after 2 overs. They'll have their eyes set on getting to that first innings total.
So we had some World Cup football today. The last time I checked, Morocco were up. They were winning 2. Canada hadn't responded. We just double-checked to see what's the final result there. Our good friend Mr. Lane, one of the people in technical support, is a big Morocco man. Is that right, Mr. Lane? You support Morocco? He said his team has gone home.
Well, currently, Andrew, the score is 3-0 to Morocco in full time. So they've done it. And Canada will be going home.
They'll be going home.
They will be going home.
Maybe.
But Morocco, they're advancing. Just guiding that one. 4 runs. Good crafty shot there from Achilles Brown. Opening the bat face, guiding it behind point, and picks up his first 4. He's off the mark.
Lovely player. Would have been disappointed in the derby. Getting oh so close to that 100, then got caught down on the mid-wicket boundary. Boy, he was very disappointed. Watched by his mother and his grandfather. Here's Caron King, a former Barbados under-19 fast bowler.
Ooh, and he's out. Brown goes back to the pavilion. A delivery on a good length, just chopped on. Brown just trying to give it the golden boot, kick it away before it landed on the stumps, but he was too late. And it rolled back onto that off stump. So he has to go back to the pavilion for just 4 runs. Caron King strikes first for the Wanderers side.
So the first game in the round of 16 completed. Canada against Morocco. Morocco 3, Canada 0. And at 5 o'clock this evening, Paraguay will play against France. And then tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, Norway will play against Brazil at 4. The big one for many people. Mexico will play against England at 8 o'clock. That's tomorrow evening. And then on Monday, Portugal up against Spain. That should be a good one. Ronaldo should be there, looking to knock out Spain. That's at 3. And then the U.S. will play against Belgium. That's going to be a big, big game. No doubt about that. That's on Monday at 8 o'clock. Finals set for July the 19th. Then on Tuesday, Argentina up against Egypt, one of the African teams still remaining. That game is scheduled for 12 o'clock on Tuesday. The new batsman coming to the crease is Akil Greenidge, who made 100 earlier. Actually described that 100 when he made 100 in Queen's Park against Pickwick. Batted very well. Son of Alvin Greenidge, the former Spartan and Barbados and West Indies batsman. So on Tuesday, Switzerland versus Colombia at 4. And then, of course, the quarterfinals will then, after a 2-day break, on the 9th of July. So here we go. Here's King to bowl to Greenidge. So an early strike by Wanderers out of Dells Road against Fusion Batik Spartan. Highlight today, of course, a magnificent 100 by Tevin Imlach, the Guyanese who played his first match for Wanderers.
Oh, good delivery. Very, very good delivery there from Kyron King, beating the outside edge of Greenidge.
Yeah, you're right. The thing there was, it was down that corridor of uncertainty, full, and tempting the batsman to go for the but the ball left him late, and it was very close to the outside edge. So that's a fantastic ball, as you said, from Kyron King. Ooh. It's not a bad ball at all. Again, you can see movement. That started on top of the off stump. By the time the batsman played, it came from the outer portion of the bat and went down towards backward point.
Yes, Greenidge just getting stuck on the crease for that last delivery.
Yeah, that was the movement away from the right-hander. So the ball before beat him, and that one found the outer portion of the bat. Let's see what King will do here. Will he go for the in-swinger? We shall see. Malcolm Marshall was a great exponent of that, bowling a couple of out-swingers and then angling the ball into you. Let's see what King will do here.
Finishes the over with a good delivery. 17 for 1. 3 overs completed.
I think I should just maybe check in on the West Indies. West Indies team won the first test with lumps of time to spare, but they are in trouble in the second test against Sri Lanka. So we go to YMPC and see the veteran Dwayne Smith bowling. Pickwick trailed by 135. They're 74 for 5.
A fantastic rebuild here from this Pickwick side, led by Rohan Ryan, the skipper. Antonio Morris, he's still there. I remember earlier this afternoon they were just about 17 for 5. So to be 74 for 5, still a very long way to go, but these two have done well so far. Ryan approaching his half century. Dwayne Smith, though, he has the ball in hand.
He's been around for a long time. A real club man is Dwayne Smith. He's played all of his cricket at Beccles Road. And is the chief cook and bottle washer, I'm told, there. So he'd love to get some rain. Seems as if the rain is not falling in Beccles Road, because when we look at the outfield, it's pretty parched. Tinge of green, but generally you would expect with all the rain that you would see much more green grass there at Beccles Road. That's not the case. So the West Indies are struggling against Sri Lanka, the second test in North Sound and Teague at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 548 for 8. Sri Lanka 139 overs. So they're clearly looking to bat ones here. Nodara 188, the lead man. Mendes 84. And Shamar Joseph 2 for 98. As many as 7 bowlers in operation. The last being Kaveen Hodge, who's picked up 1 for 26. So hard work at the office for the West Indies team. Hard work in Beccles Road for Pickwick as well. They're 74 for 5.
And they still trail by some 135 runs. A long way to go here if they are to get first innings. But by no means impossible. Rohan Ryan, he's there on 44 from 52 deliveries. Antonio Morris, also a very good batsman. That's Kimar Smith with ball in hand. 5 overs so far. Just 18 runs conceded.
So he's bowling with aggressive fielders. A slip, leg slip, and a rather square forward short leg. He's an off spinner. Antonio Morris, solid in defense. Another player would have come through the system as well.
Yes, he's one who would have represented Barbados at the junior level. Played for West Indies on the 19 as well, so very promising young player. Just hits that one powerfully back at Smith, and it goes into the boundary. 3 runs.
He burst into the fingers there. It was hit with a lot of power, as you said. There's a long off, but couldn't get across to the right. Such was the power from Rohan Ryan, who's on 50 here now. He's on 44.
Another big swing, and that one goes over the fence. 4 runs for Morris. He's in a no-nonsense mood.
He's a big man as well. Putting the pounds on the ball, as they say.
And just to remind the viewers that here at Beccles Road, it's a 3s and 4s ground due to the size. So if you hear us referring to a 6 as 4, boundaries are 3s and 4s. But it looks as if you have to wait for a replacement ball. That one has gone miles.
Yeah, there's some 3s and 4s in terms of grounds in Barbados. Empire would be 1. YMPC, what's at the ground? Maple. But they don't play at the Elite anymore.
Rice's
3s and 4s. That's about it, is it?
Well, in the Elite Division, I think that's about it in the Elite Division.
Yeah. So there are some small grounds in Barbados as well, but full of history. Of course, the most famous being Empire. So we've got a problem with the ball. Lost somewhere in Beccles Road. Of course, they're sponsored by Urgent Care, and that facility is just below the club. So it's Bayview Hospital Urgent Care YMPC. That's a mouthful and a half.
A very lengthy name that is, but we make a trip all the way to St. Philip, where the BCA youth team are going up against Windward, as Windward are 82 for 1, trailing by 73 runs. Just 1 wicket falling so far. Micah Greenwich, he's there on 39 from 27 deliveries. Seth Agard, new batsman to the crease. Just 1 run he's on. Rajiv Parsaram, 2 overs, just 9 runs conceded, no wickets. I wonder what's happening here. Manager of the BCA youth team is coming on. Oh, good delivery as we're back at the Louis Linton Sports Complex in Huddersfield Turning. Spartan going up against Wanderers' Kyron King, beating Akio Greenwich on the outer edge.
Discomfort here. Let's hope he's okay, the young man.
He's
Good athlete he is.
Yes, hopefully he is okay.
Asher Brantford, good athlete.
Yes, good athlete as well. He represented Barbados at the Carifta Games just earlier this year. He was a part of that 4x100 meter team in the under 17 boys. I stand corrected though, but he should be able to.
All right, so we're just getting ready for Wayne Holder, who had a. So he's really okay. Thanks to our friends at UWI. It's one of my favorite grounds actually to do commentary. It's easy, no challenges at all. Always like the atmosphere down at Maple. Those were the days. So the man you're talking about is in the attack, Asher Brantford.
And he's pulled. Just 1 run though. Oh no, it's 4 runs. Greenwich, he just looked so cool and composed. I thought he was settling for the single.
Yeah, it was a bad delivery though. It was a
way too short.
Half tracker really.
Yes, way too short. Needs to get that length a bit fuller. Hitting a hard length. That was just a half tracker as you described it. I'm here watching back the Carifta Games from earlier this year though, and Asher Brantford, he would have placed 3rd in that on the 17 boys 4x100 meters.
Okay, so 3rd.
He's actually a Carifta medalist as well.
Yeah, bronze.
Bronze medalist. He ran the 3rd leg.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well done to you, Mr. Brantford.
Shot. That is a good shot from Micah Greenwich. Consecutive boundaries here. The placement on that one was exquisite. Wow.
How good is Micah Greenwich?
Micah Greenwich, I have so much to say about him. He is such a talented player. He would have represented Barbados at the under 19 level, represented at the under 17 level. Had a stint with the West Indies under 19, but beyond his achievements, he is just an exceptional player and a very aggressive player. But he has that temperament. He knows when to attack. He knows when to settle down and just bat long. And what he does so well is that he scores runs. He's actually within the top 5 run scorers so far for this season. His first season with the Windward side, he's been scoring runs consistently. I'll get the exact stats for you just now. But a very good player Micah Greenwich is. He's one for the future. Yes, Micah Greenwich, 3rd in the runs for this season. 427 runs he's amassed in his 11 innings. No centuries as yet, but I'm sure that he will convert.
His highest score is?
His highest score for the season is 70.
Well, he's now on 48 here now.
4 half centuries he scored so far. A couple 30s, couple 20s. This is good batting from the Windward side though. 2 fours already hit in this over and 3 singles. That's what it's all about. Not just finding the boundaries, but being able to rotate the strike, not allowing the bowler to settle whatsoever. Oh, and he's gone. Greenwich has to go back to the pavilion. An inside edge. Good take by wicketkeeper Seth Smith. And he goes back to the pavilion looking disappointed. So that's the end. 48 from 30 deliveries. Branford picks up the wicket.
Yeah, but he's going back to the pavilion. Maybe got carried away as well. You could see that there was a bit of banter between him and Branford. When Branford got him, ran around the field as if he'd won gold at the Olympics. So he is extremely happy. Didn't seem to like the decision of the umpire, but it was a bit of a naughty shot. So he departs, and it's now 93 for 2. Time for us to depart as well for Sean Hackett. I know you supported Canada today, but you lost 3-0. Better luck next time.
Better luck next time. Hopefully we redeem ourselves with the Portugal game next time.
All right, so time for the change. And a very well-watered man from the West Coast. Of course, when you're talking about water, you talk about Maple. No, they're struggling. Have they lost the game as yet? Okay, well, he doesn't want to check. But he will certainly bring you the very good news that there was a miraculous recovery by the Maple side, struggling. What's it there before I leave you as Wayne Holder comes to call in? Okay. He's struggling, Wayne, to get the scores there. Is it because that 153 for 9 or 53 for 9? And that, okay. Is there rain in the horizon? All right. So that's a Division 1 game. Of course, we're focused on the Elite. Time for that change that I announced about 3 or 4 minutes ago. It's going to be Wayne Holder, who's going to be joined by our very, very good friend. We're talking about Andy Payne.
Andy Payne. Thank you very much, Andrew Mason. As this battle by the windward side continues. Good break coming for the youth team, BCA youth team, getting rid of Michael Greenwich. As Windward seeking first in his lead. Rajiv Parsuram, the right arm leg break and googly bowler, in operation. Has had a couple of really good outings in the season so far, a couple of 5-wicket hauls. Was taking a look at the leaderboard there from Cricket Heroes and see Parsuram, I think, coming into this match with some 18 wickets. He's bowling to the Windward captain, Tennyson Roach Jr. Also his dad, Tennyson Roach Sr., outstanding a swing bowler, come all-rounder for Pickwick back in the day. I'm sure Andy Payne would have had some encounters with Tennyson Roach Sr.
Yes, Wayne. Had quite a bit of encounters with Rochi. Goes by the nickname Pender. I mean, we go ever way back from school league cricket, being a Princess Margaret boy. I mean, went on to play for that. He was part of the 1988 Barbados winning team in the under-19 tournament. The famous tournament there with the likes of the pace battery that we had.
That was
Andy Brooms, Dan Maynard. Who's it for?
It was
Otis Gibson.
Otis Gibson. I remember that outfit.
Tennyson Roach. He was very much part of that. Pedro Agard, he was very much part of that as well. And like you said, good enough to score centuries at Division 1. One of those all-rounders, like you rightly said, because of the skill set and the makeup of Barbados cricket, never really found himself into the Barbados senior team. But he was good enough, and many of you probably should have played at least some white ball cricket for Barbados.
Well, I guess the white ball cricket wasn't as prominent as it is now. Talking about well over 30 years ago. Parsuram is into the younger Roach, though. This is Tennyson Roach. Very much playing as a specialist batter. Does turn his arm over occasionally, handle some off breaks. But I don't think he would want to rate himself as an out-and-out all-rounder. Good all-round cricketer, but not necessarily an all-rounder.
Yeah, a bit shy from runs this season. Young Tennyson Roach, Junior, we call him, Junior. Obviously, he was prolific over the last 2 seasons. But when, nothing that goes unknown. He's been exposed to an open heart surgery earlier this year.
Well, yes,
just to see him back on the park alone is in this season, because it's something that many thought would have kept him out for some time. But it just shows the character of young Junior. And here he is. Like you said, shy runs, but I don't think they're firing coming, because he's one who still puts in his work. He's got his own little net at his home, so he's been getting quite a bit of practice on his own. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I think his efforts were somewhat recognized by the local selectors. He's involved in the trials. One recalls him having quite a decent outing in the BIM 10 tournament before that was abandoned. So has been steadily making strides. Tennyson Roach Jr.
And he's got his rewards. He's been to Peru for the Bolivian games for Barbados back at the end of the last season. So, I mean, like you said, it's quality. He's a quality player. And he's always got that intent to score. He's a good runner between the wickets. As you see.
See here now, the opportunity presents itself for an overthrow. And immediately seizing on that opportunity. But yes, but it is very good to see him back out in the middle and playing, because I myself did miss him off the scene, and I asked a question, and I was a youngster, and gone past the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper. There is no run.
This is one of those hard-working players, Asher Banford, a foundation student, a foundation school, and he's just a good all-rounder. It just always gives you that effort. Banford, he always runs in. He's never shy of words.
I think he's very much involved at the track and field level also.
Yeah.
I think I've seen the name involved at the foundation track and field team.
I just love the effort that he puts in.
Played away. Looks like behind square, only for a single. Asher Branford saw him in the Gary Sobers tournament. Spectacular spell. I think he got some 7 wickets, including 4 wickets in 1 over in the tournament last year.
And then he played in the final here as well. Wasn't successful in the final, but like you said, those lead-up games. And in the semi-final, I think he had a good semi-final run as well. A good all-rounder.
Very much
so. Not a slouch of the bat at all.
Still a very young man too. So I did hear the discussion, come in on the discussion between Andrew and Rashawn about his chances in the under-19 team, but I'm sure that he has a couple more years left where he'll be eligible to play in that tournament, and no doubt about it, he will, in the very near future, be in the Barbados side for the regional under-19s. Also saw him more than a couple of weeks ago playing for the foundation school against the Ipswich club in a Shield 40 over match, and himself and young Jair
McAllister, which is Jair.
And doing an excellent job, really impressive. Although it's at the lower local level, but they're playing among adults, and quite disconcerting to a couple of the batters, the Ipswich batters.
Well, that's where it begins, in those lower divisions. And I mean, like you said, there's a lot of talent out there. Like you said, how do we harness this talent?
Well, what do we do with it? Not only to harness it, but to make it useful and productive.
We week ago, you heard me saying to all on the stream, uh, academy team playing in Sri Lanka, the likes of the inclusion of 8 Barbadians in the final 11.
Full pitch delivery helped around by Seth Agard for at least a couple. Coming back for the second run now. But yes, you said a lot of talent, of equal ability, and definitely a need for an outlet for all this skill. That's delivery short. Looking for the cut is Agard. Seth Agard, another one of these young players who has come onto the scene. I think he was happened to be part of the side that went up to Dominica. Excellent season last year in the Elite Division, and had a very good start to the season this year.
Well, he was good enough to even score a century in the trials. So just argues.
But we just put the mockers on him there, Andy, because there he goes to a catch. Again, looking for that cut shot, but I thought that this delivery not as short as the previous delivery, which he attempted the cut shot and missed. This time he made contact with the bat, but offered a catch. And young Parsuram breaking the stand, getting rid of Seth Agard. Caught for 11 he made, and Windward now 103 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So Parsuram continues to pick up wickets. He's just adding to his tally first in this innings. But he's done well for himself, the young man. Just a couple of 5-wicket hauls going into this series. And getting himself on the 10s pretty early. The 3rd wicket goes for the Windward side. That of Seth Agard. But good to see Parsuram. And it's just argues well when he's into his 4th over and picks up a wicket.
Yes, and we haven't yet seen Justin Paris, the other right arm wrist spinner in the side. But Agard going to a catch. Caught by Paris, actually. Caught by Justin Paris for 11 as the new batter. Let's see who that would be. That would be Jaden Roberts. Well, I guess at this stage, probably the ideal batter to be coming to the wicket, because Windward not only wanting to get up to the first innings points, but they want to do so as quickly as possible. They want to keep the scoring rate, the scoring ticking over, because they still, with visions of dismissing the youngsters a second time, want to leave themselves enough time to forge a victory out of this game.
Half chance really goes wide of the diving Wiggins at second slip. So the leg spinner creating some problems here. We're seeing that one spin and bounce away from Roach and picking up 2 just past the diving right hand of Wiggins.
Yeah, well, Roach going in the opposite direction, the leg spinner spinning away from him, and Roach looking to give himself room, moving towards leg. So getting the outer half of the bat, the ball traveling very quickly past Wiggins there in the gully. Paris at first slip now settles. Parsuram was another full delivery. Miscued by Roach. He's annoyed with himself for not capitalizing on a nice juicy full toss. The ball hitting the bottom of the bat. Into the outside it goes. There is no run. And the Windward side, having dismissed the Signal Financial BCA Youth for 155, themselves now 106 for the loss of 3. Only 16 overs, so going at a very decent clip also. A rate of over 6.5 runs and over.
Yes, scoring pretty quickly. Just losing a couple of wickets. They still trail by some 49 runs. They want to get that coveted first innings lead. So they will probably want to get a couple of batting points as well, Wayne. Remember, these 2 teams are the seller of the Elite Division. Windward just really fighting to get out of that relegation zone. Schools, they're exempt from demotion.
Well, yes, they don't have that to bother about. His first delivery is down the leg side, but Jaden Roberts, aggressive, fourth right, tall right arm batter. He's going to be looking to score and score quickly. I think he would need to give himself a little time to settle into this innings. Windward fortunate to have much more, well, an entire day's play. Well, not exactly entire because there was some rain around in the early stages of the day, but getting in enough action to try to force the game in their favor.
Like I said, these points are at a premium, so every point counts here from here on in. So outside of that first innings lead that you want to see to get the points, they might also want to carry on, like I said, for those batting points, just to increase their chances of upward mobility into the point standing.
Pitched upon the pads, whipped into the deep on the onside. The batsman touched down for one, come back for the second. So quite expansive looking shot there by the rangy Jaden Roberts. Long limbs.
And he's one who will play shots. Again, good enough to have scored a century earlier in the season. His team needs him to come to the party here now.
So, some adjustment in the field. We see Higgins having a chat with Captain Paris. Paris standing at slip, trying to get the fielding positions in order. Let's see. Make the switch, Andy.
Yes, back to Beckles Road.
Over to Beckles Road.
See a half century there by Captain Rohan Ryan, the Pittwich side. The Pittwich 103 for 6. This Pittwich still trailed by 106 runs, win. But the captain offering any kind of resistance for his team. Young Zander Baptiste, the new batter, he's joined his captain Ryan.
Well, he's down to the all-rounders in Baptiste. There's still Preston Clark and Jatario Prescott to come, who fancy themselves as all-rounders, bowling all-rounders basically, but more than useful with the bat. So all's not lost at this stage for the ESA Field Pickwick team. Captain with his team on his back, Rohan Ryan, facing up to his opposite number in Kemar Smith. Kemar Smith 1 for 39 7 overs before this, 103 for 6. Kemar Smith, a prolific wicket taker, but I don't know, but I've also noticed that he tends to go for runs. That ball off the outside edge, I believe, dropping in front of the slip fielder. That looks like Kemal Smith.
Very much Kemal Smith, that's correct.
So striking the outside edge, but ball not carrying to the slipper. As the skipper, Smith is bringing Rohan Ryan onto the front foot, back along the pitch. But as I said, Kemar Smith, a prolific wicket taker. He does go at a fairly highish economy rate. But as I said, I think it's to do with his aggressive nature of his bowling. He's always attacking, looking for those wickets.
Well, I'll tell you two things about Kemar Smith here, Wayne. Obviously, and you know, you said that he's a bit expensive and the red ball version, but every time he gets the ball in the white ball formats, he's probably one of the most economical bowlers that we do have. So happy to see him searching wickets in the red ball version. So with that, I think he goes for runs. Taking it away from him that he's playing at YMPC,
Yes.
which is
One
like,
of the tiniest.
one of the smallest grounds in the island. So on bigger grounds, probably he was thinking that he creates quite a few chances, but they fall outside of the boundary, and that leads to some of, as you see, here's a ball from Zandra Baptiste going large and goes over the boundary for maximum. Remember, maximum here is 3s and 4s at Beckles Road. And again, Kimar will tell you that's a ball that on a larger field you don't think it would be a boundary.
Very well could have been well, at least it definitely would not have been 6, but Zandra Baptiste taking his chances, getting down on his knees, getting into the slug sweep position, and swatting it away over what looks like a whitish, a straightish mid-wicket area for a boundary. Although I think the statistics might not necessarily bear out my contention, Andy, because as I look at the leaderboard here, I see Kemar Smith actually coming into this series of matches as the leading wicket taker in the competition, averaging some 16.87
Economy.
and an economy rate of just 3.66.
That's I can tell you, he's generally
More than decent.
one of the tightest bowlers going around, Kemar Smith. Like I said, in the white ball format for sure. I mean, he's got that brilliant economy rate. Here's his brother Dwayne Smith from the northern end, just going through the bat of Rohan Ryan, trying to pull that one somewhere through mid wicket. It seems to kept a bit low.
Yeah, ball seemed to stay down a bit and probably playing over the top of it. Quite from this position, quite dry looking square here at Beckers Road. Dwayne Smith is bringing Ryan onto the front foot, playing it immaculately defensively into the offside. Just the one slip in place. Wicket keeper, the tall Edwin Currency Barnett, is taking over the gloves for YMPC, doing a decent job of it too.
Good utility player to have in your side, Currency Barnett. So he's done well with the bat of recent couple of centuries. Good to see the young man getting some hundreds under his belt.
One thing I've noticed about him too, and the Edwin Currency Barnett, I've been seeing him, is he does seem to possess that extra time to play his shots. I recall seeing him, but on a few occasions, he's always seemed to have the extra time to play the ball, which is a good sign.
Yeah, easy on the eye. He loves the drive. I mean, he's very fluent on the drive. Like I said, there's a few aspects of his game that we've been having a chat that I would like to see him just evolve a bit more. But like I said, just getting that knot for big scores, that's good to have. One of the other players who also been to Dominica, or the Barbados, is a short delivery there from Smith and dispatched by Rohan Ryan through the forward square area to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, short and put away. Dwayne Smith not possessing the pace. Not that he was ever extremely fast, but bowled a bit heavier ball, not having that little extra zip about him, pounding this one into the what looks like a fairly docile and dry pitch, as this time he's back on a length and forcing the batsman to cover up, and ESA field picked with 111 for 6, so just inside 100 runs short of the 209 all out made by YMPC. So a battle fairly even at this point in time. As I said, Rohan Ryan, the last of the recognized batsmen in the Pickwick side, but he's got a couple of all-rounders in the hut. He'll be looking forward to their support.
Yes.
So he's 54. 111 for 6.
Seen the Pacers, Gary Austin, he's picked up a 3 for, and Davis, Damian Davis, he's got 2. So the faster men done the bulk of getting the wickets here in. Just Kemar Smith with that one wicket, but he should fancy himself bowling against the left-handed Zandra Baptiste.
Yes, and Smith normally gets into his work, bowls long spells, and does so effectively too. Yvonne Grant 4, Micaiah Simmons no score, getting this just the one delivery actually. Craig Holder 1, Kyle Hope 3, Shamar Ford no score, and Antonio Morris 32, the batsman dismissed. So very attacking, looking very aggressively set field. 2 slips, a silly point. You can see the short cover in our view. The mid-off is deep. As a matter of fact, back on the fence. As this delivery outside the leg stump, whipped away into the onside. In the air it goes. And
Boundary.
gone into the boundary actually. So it looks like something of a miscue there by Baptiste. I'm showing he's paying some attention to the bottom of his bat, the actually cue end of the bat, but having enough on it to manage to get it across the rope at what appears to be a deep mid wicket. So 3 more to him. Smith is outside the leg stump looking to paddle it around. I think, is this a signal of no ball? Coming from umpire Michael Nurse.
Looks like Nurse, yes.
Still trailing by 94 on first, and is Smith to Baptiste. Outside the off stump. Wide enough again, we see the signal of no ball. So Smith guilty of transgressing, I believe, the front crease, the bowling crease. This time you can actually see the entire left foot pitch placed inside the line, not even approaching the popping crease. Smith bowling this one from much deeper in the crease actually to avoid a third successive no ball. Here he is again, to Baptiste again. He's getting this one lined into the leg stump, clipped away behind square, paddled away behind square, and they're going to come back for 3.
All ran.
All ran. Ball not making it into the boundary. So Smith, because he's bowling right arm around the wicket, getting too much of an angle onto the ball, and Baptiste enjoying these deliveries into his leg stump and outside his leg stump. He picked up a boundary and another 3 in the Smith over.
Yeah, obviously you can see Baptiste, he fancies the sweep, plays that from Kemar Smith. He'd be disappointed that that's not the mode of dismissal he's looking for. He wants to get the edge of the left-handed bat, but he's well outside the line presently.
So Smith to continue, and that this time it is Dwayne Smith. Dwayne Smith, 4 overs before this, without success as far as taking wickets is concerned. So he's around the wicket to the left-hander, and Baptiste covering up, pushing this one away into the offside. There is no run. YMPC 209 all out. A top score of 65 coming from Kemar Smith. Kemar Smith 65 off 54 deliveries with 7 fours. Remembering 4s will be the maximums at Beckles Road. He's in again, Dwayne, and making a late decision to dab this one into the offside. And after some hesitation, they go for 1 and will come back for a second run.
Yes, 2 more to Baptiste, who continues to score. He scores pretty quickly as well. He's now moved his tally into double figures, so he's on 10. 12, so make him now win. So
Yes.
12 from 15 deliveries.
12 with those last 2 runs. 42 from Dwayne Smith in the YMPC innings. The 2 leading scorers, the 2 Smith brothers. Actually, Dwayne, the eldest of the 5 brothers. Kemar, the youngest, the 2 ends of the scale. Another Smith in the YMPC lineup, Rashid Smith.
Yep.
He's also been part of the YMPC lineup from time to time.
And there was one who played for your team, Ipswich, for a while.
Well, yeah, Sean Smith. Sean still plays with the Ipswich side now in the second division.
Another brother in Jason Smith, who I've never seen his exploits on the cricket field.
Strongest supporter among the group, though. You can't find a stronger supporter for the Smith brothers than Jason.
But you could assure that Jason is always around.
Except you're talking about their mum, Lorraine. I think she would have been over Jason when it comes to strength of support.
So always a strong support cast for the Smith family. Said.
Say a very good afternoon to Lorraine. Short delivery, looking to pull this one away. Not making contact is Baptiste. So it's going back to that first innings. 5 for 66, 5 wickets to Preston Clark for Pickwick in the YMPC first innings. And the other 5 wickets going to Rondre Yearwood. So the spinners are having the say in the YMPC first innings. Rondre Yearwood 5 for 77.
That one should go pretty close to the boundary there. In a flowing drive over pitch there from Dwayne Smith. And Zander Baptiste is coming on the front foot and helping that one pass the mid-off where Kemar Smith is. He had no chance and into the boundary. So he continues to score pretty quickly. Baptiste 15 from 20 deliveries. Captain Ryan, he's on 54. They're 124 for 6.
Yeah, well executed off drive there by Baptiste. Full face of the bat. Smith went searching with a fuller length delivery and getting it past the mid-off fielder and down to the boundary. So Baptiste continues to look the part, growing in stature. He's only been there for 20 deliveries, up to 15. So as I mentioned, 5 wickets apiece to Preston Clark and Rondre Yearwood. YMPC making 209 in only 38 overs.
So heavy scoring.
On the 3s and 4s round 2.
Yep, very aggressive batting.
Well, you would expect that with the two Smiths actually being the main scorers. Dwayne 42 from just 20 deliveries.
I think he was the last man out.
So Kemar continuing, looking to add to the 1 wicket he's already taken over the wicket, and going into the sweep shot is Ryan, getting it away. Square on the onside and gone to the boundary. In fact, the signal coming from umpire Nurse. So this one, I believe, sweeping it off the stumps.
30 runs partnership.
Added some 30 from 39 deliveries this partnership for the 7th wicket. So still very much in the hunt in this battle for first in his honours. Kemar Smith, the off spinner. We'll try again. Pushed into the onside.
And as you say, in the hunt for first innings lead, when I can tell you the West Indies have got a big task on their hand. Sri Lanka, a very imposing first innings total. 549 for 9 declared. West Indies. Back on screen there, Kemar Smith, very disappointed in the drop catch.
Well, it left me a bit puzzled because for a moment there I saw the ball hit in that general direction and neither of the batsmen moved. I thought that with the fielder as deep as he was, it was at least an easy single, and quite despondent the whole YMPC outfit at that missed chance by Gary Austin, it is.
Mistake, yep.
From this distance there at Lux is now 128 for the same six at the end of the 26 over with Ryan there on 58 and Baptiste on 15. Another over from Smith completed.
Yes, just going back to that scorecard, West Indies versus Sri Lanka. Going into this final session of day 2. Some 549 for 9 declared. Sri Lanka, West Indies here 20 for no loss. 7 overs completed, so still trailed by some 529 runs. But mammoth effort there by the Sri Lankans.
Happily
139 overs batted, 139.3. So impressive, like you said. A repeat of what would happen to them in the first test.
Well, the Sri Lankans coming back to show their worth. The decision to bat first on winning the toss, I think, was questioned in some quarters, but they have vindicated, the captain would have vindicated that decision. And having read that the batting, it was an excellent surface for batting to start with. We'll see how it goes as the game progresses.
Actually, I have to find himself at 25 for 2.
In early days.
Early days.
And also with the fact that they have included the left arm spinner, Ajay Surya, in their team for this match. They didn't actually name a specialist spinner in the first test. Dominated by the West Indies pacers, at least. On the legs, worked into the onside. Batsman strolled through for a single, returned back into keeper Currency Barnett. So it's going to bring the left-handed Ryan Baptiste back on strike. Looking at 129.
Like you said, the all-rounders, and here it is. Young's on to Baptiste doing a good job supporting his captain. And he's looked very competent, Wayne.
Now we see a change of angle from Dwayne Smith. He's now opted to come back over the wicket to the left-hander. And I guess this one outside the off stump for another boundary. 3 more runs to him. 3 more runs to Pickwick. It's 132 for 6. Interesting to see how the pitch at Antigua responds, as I mentioned. Nothing out of that appeal of the last Smith delivery. Dwayne Smith now completing his 6th over. And it looks as if we may be in for a break in play. Some refreshment brought onto the field. That's the coach,
Andrew Emptich.
Andrew Emptich, jamming. Actually, not an official drinks break though. Just some hydration for the 2 batters. And of course, some instruction, some advice from the coach. That exercise having been completed, it will be Kemar Smith once again.
Yeah, still trailed by some 77 runs.
Still a good distance off, but
4 wickets.
With 4 wickets, but drawing closer and closer as he keep the scoreboard ticking over the spear. As Ryan gone for the big shot and getting it over the head, out of the ground actually. Gone for 4. Quick to points on 1 over pitch from Smith. and lifting it confidently back overhead. This time the man at long on not having a chance. That's because that ball probably traveled into the district hospital, the St. Michael District Hospital. So having to, someone would necessarily have to leave the ground, cross the highway, get through the gate, and go into the compound of the St. Michael District Hospital. And you know, back in my day, someone would just skip the fence. And I got gone for that ball, but these are different times. I don't think the fence would have been as high as it is now anyway, so it would have been much easier. That building that you see in front of us here was not there when I was playing either.
Soon to be removed.
But like the entire thing. So Maradon Bend on 15, Akin Springer 33. As Spartan 71 for 3. Behind a massive 305 for 8 declared. So they did declare at the break, the lunch break. Wanderers declared their first innings, 305 for 8. And here we have an appeal for leg before a wicket, and Bend is gone. Up goes the finger. Maradon Bend, leg before a wicket to Ian Boyce.
Boyce, who's been having a good season for the Wanderers team. Just getting the danger man and Ben out. Seems to be struck somewhere in no man's land, really, not quite on the front foot. So I'm showing a little bit of disgust with the decision. It's like Clark, the umpire, not sure if I'm 100%.
Yeah, it looks like Kevon
Clark. But yeah, it just seems to be struck somewhere in the middle there, not getting the big stride in. And Clark adjudged that that one would have carried on and hit the middle of the leg somewhere. So he's got to make his way back. So further trouble for Spartan. 71 for 4.
Well, yeah, so wicket to Ian Boyce, who has been quite prolific with his wicket taking for Wanderers this season. Getting rid of the dangerous Maradon Bend. Bend known as a heavy scorer in local competition. But Wanderers are now seeing his back as Spartan slumped somewhat to 71 for 4. This is only the 15th over of their replay. Springer there not out on 33. He has been there from the very beginning. He's lost Achilles Brown, bowled by Kyron King for 4. Akil Greenwich also bowled by Jordan Niles for 12. Teron Gibson not getting off the mark. He went for 5 leg before to Niles. And now we've seen the demise of Maradon Bend. Leg before wicket to Ian Boyce for 15, bringing Kevion Newton, it is?
That's correct.
To the crease. Yet to have an impactful contribution for Spartan this season, coming over from the BCA Youth. But Spartan doing very well. He's been part of the unit, as I said, him personally not yet having a really significant, impactful performance. I think if there's an opportunity to do such now is the best time. The Spartan somewhat behind the 8 ball at 71 for 4. Boyce bowling around the wicket to the right-hander and having to pull the bat inside the line. I think this one sliding across the right-handed bat as we come to the end of the 15th over. 71 it is for the loss of 4 wickets, with Akeem Springer trying to hold everything together.
Yeah, and a lot will depend on him. Like, he's also one of the tournament's leading run scorers. Springer, like I said, he's one who carried the baton for Spartans for some years now, also being the captain. And Newton being out there as captain, he will want to spend some time with the captain, try to get a partnership with the captain. You know, just still trailed by 234 runs. That's a long way behind. Wayne?
We have plenty of time left this evening. Well over an hour of play still to come. The weather looking fairly set now. I think the only problem may be the light as we get closer to 5:30, 6 o'clock.
So Jordan Nels, he's picked up 2 of those wickets, 2 for 7 from 5 overs. So he's having a good spell, enjoying his spell here.
Well, yes, a young man with a bit of promise. Has been in and out of the Wanderers side. Bowling off a very reduced run. He is normally a bit of a brisk medium pacer, but one can see him bowling about half of the normal run. He's got 2 slips in place, and he's also picked up those 2 wickets. So one would imagine looking to get some movement in the air, not looking for any degree of pace by any stretch of the imagination. And pitches this one up, driven out into the offside by Akeem Springer.
Yeah, like you said, he's off that short and run, Wayne. Remember, he would have missed a lot of last season with an injury. So here he is. Just on a real reduced run, really.
Very, very reduced run. There's a few steps, really. You can count them from here. A few paces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 paces and delivers. And Springer goes for a lofted drive. He would have intended to loft it.
Don't think he could beat the infield. But I'm sure that's what Niles will want to induce that kind of shot from Springer.
Seemingly looking to go airborne or aerial. Well, easily onto the front foot. Springer quite early onto that front foot.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of a couple paces, there's not enough pace to really push him back. So you can see him just very intent on wanting to get on the front foot.
Nice. Spoke with him somewhat earlier in the season. He had also indicated to me that part of the reason for him missing a few of the games would have been because of work commitments. Finding the outside edge here of Springer's bat, looking for a drive, the ball running down into the deep third-man area and picking up a couple of runs. So we've got 1 delivery left in this over. So we take that one in before we hand over you and I, Andy, to the pair Andrew Mason and Rashawn Hackett. Andrew Mason, long established. Andrew Mason, the long established. And Rashawn Hackett looking to make a name.
Youth and experience.
The youth and experience, the long and the short of it. 305 for 8, playing 74 for 4. So Wanderers in somewhat command at Friendship against Spartan as Captain Akeem Springer looks to hold his team together, shepherd his men into a stronger position, and to carry you through for the next segment of play, it will be Rashawn Hackett, the rookie, the old stager, Andrew Mason.
I would start without him, man. You could count me in. $84 for 4 is the current score of the Fusion's Boutique Spartan side, who are trailing by 221 runs going up against the Wanderers side at the Louis Linton Sports Complex. On strike is skipper Akeem Springer. He's there on 46 from 55 deliveries. A new batsman to the crease is young Kevion Newton. Yet to score, as Springer punches delivery into the offside, picks up another 2 runs, eases closer to that half century. Loud appeal though. Oh, and he's given. Akeem Springer is run out on 47 runs. He looks disappointed, but he has to go back to the pavilion. How did that happen? He got there for the first run, turned and looked to come back for the second. Didn't slide his bat in time. And he's given. So Springer, his innings comes to an end. The Fusion's Boutique Spartan side lose their 5th wicket. They fall yet into further trouble. Akeem Springer run out by Jordan Niles. 47 from 56 deliveries. A well-played innings comprising of 3 4s and 3 6s. Spartan lose their 5th. The first to go was Achilles Brown. He went in the 3rd over, scoring just 4 runs. Following was Akil Greenwich, who just scored 12 runs. Teron Gibson was next to go without scoring, followed by Maradon Ben, 15. And the latest was skipper Akeem Springer, which brings new batsman to the crease, Jaden Norville. Ian Boyce, just 1 delivery to complete his 3rd over. 1 for 25. 1 slip in place, short leg in place. Extra cover. "17 overs then, 85 for 5. Springer, the last batsman to go in that over. Ray Matthews marking his run now. Medium fast bowler. He's gearing up to bowl his first over. We see Raymond Reefer giving the ball a bit of work at mid-on. 1 slip in place along with a gully fielder. This partnership needs to stand up. Kevion Newton and Jaden Norville. Newton being the last out-and-out batsman. Norville, he's a good all-rounder, very capable with the bat as well, but Newton, a young man, new to the Spartan side, is put in a situation where he needs to stand up and rebuild this innings if his team is to get out of this hole that they're in. Starts with a hard length delivery. No run.
right. Well, I was in fact away for a couple of minutes. I had to take a very important call. Just trying to make sure that my apples and my mangoes and my potatoes are good with all the rains that we've had. Just kidding. 85 for 5, which represents a pretty serious situation for the Park Heights of Queen's Park. They're struggling here.
Well, Andrew, I was now telling the viewers that it's a situation where we have two young men at the crease, Kevion Newton and Jaden Norville. Newton being the last out-and-out batsman. Norville, he's the beginning of the all-rounders. So it's a big task at hand for Kevion Newton. He needs to stand up, see this Spartan side out of this hole. Shot, cutting that one away. They'll pick up 2 runs.
He's the son of one of our commentators, Lyndon Yard. I think he's much better batsman than his dad, for sure. Lyndon Yard was a pretty decent fast bowler. So I'm playing for the Empire Club. Had a long run-up, not a lot of pace, but thought he was quick. I think his run-up was quicker than actually what he delivered. Hello, Lyndon, wherever you are. Solid, organised batsman he is. Drives the ball nicely. Good athlete as well.
Yes, good athlete as well. We were speaking of another Carifta athlete earlier, Kevion Newton. He's also a Carifta athlete with a medal as well.
Okay.
He ran the 4x1 at the Carifta Games. So, very talented
So
guy.
he's got what, bronze, gold, silver? Which one is he?
I believe that it was a bronze. I will check though.
Okay.
I will check.
All right. I'm sure you will. Just confirm. Looks very solid, very organized. Kevion Newton. Jaden Norville is with him, who can bat a little bit. Saw him in a couple of matches that I did against, well, when I was there watching Spartan. But a mountain to climb here. They're in deficit by 238, which is a lot. Make that 218.
It's a bronze medal that he has. Won that with the Carifta team on the 20 boys 4x100 meter in 2025. So Kevion Newton, another all-round athlete of the foundation school. No longer at the foundation school. He's at the University of the West Indies, but he's a former product of the foundation school.
Yeah. Good cricketer.
87 for 5, 18 overs then.
Suppose he would do the 1, the 2, 1 and the 2?
Yes, the 1 and the 2. He's a sprinter. Very explosive guy.
1 and 2s don't normally do 4, do they? Not generally?
They can, but not normally. You
Do
don't
you know
see
of
someone...
any young good athlete in Barbados that would do 1, 2 and 4?
Well, there's a youngster by the name of Jaden Green. Not a youngster to me, a youngster
Okay.
to you, because he's
Jaden
my
Green,
age.
yeah,
Jaden Green, you know him?
Yes.
Yes, he does the 1, the 2, and the 4, so he's a very, very talented guy. Very powerful guy. Also a Jackie Brewster of the Lodge School.
So who are some of the young athletes that we've got there that are very, very talented? There's one from St. Leonard's. What's the name?
Jelino Hamlet.
Yes.
Jelino
Tell me
Hamlet.
about him.
Well, first of all, man, he's an impressive guy. I would have done a couple interviews with him around the BSAC time. He is a very well-spoken young man.
Oh, good.
And he's also a very talented young man. He's very, very strong, I must say, for a 13-year-old. Well, he's 14 now, but he's very strong for a 14-year-old. He has the build of a sprinter. And the times that he ran, wow, so impressive. He ran 21-4 at the Carifta Games in the 200. His 100 personal best, I think, would be 11.10. I don't know if he's surpassed that, but at the BSAC time, it was around that. And
did he get a medal at the Carifta? Did he? No?
Yes, he did get a medal at the Carifta Games. He got a medal in the under 17 boys 4x100 meter relay.
Okay.
I think he would have got one in the under 17 boys 4x400 as well, you know.
Okay.
But at 14 years old. He has such a bright future ahead of him. But it's something that's not talked about enough. Barbados, we have so much track and field talent, Andrew, that we don't highlight enough because we are not known typically for track and field.
So Ian Boyce, the off spinner, who's been with the club now for some time, a decent off spinner and a useful order batsman. He's picked up 1 wicket for 26 runs. So Kevin Newton comes into strike. Spartan will be looking to these two to steady the rocking ship. There's Imlat 132, the star, Rathwick 94, but Jordan Ells 2 for 10 has certainly presented problems to Fusion Boutique Spartan, who are now 88 for 5 as we come down the home stretch on the second day of the 7th series of matches. Just 2 to go. The question we're asking from Bayfield and St. Philip to Crabhill and St. Lucie, who will be the champions in the elite competition? The answer is I don't know. Could be a tight race.
It could be a tight race indeed. As we would have previously mentioned, the points are very close at the top of the table. It's anyone's for the taking. It could be Spartan, it could be Empire, UWI, they're even in with a shot. Wildey place in the middle of the table, but they're in just 9 points separated the top 5 coming into this series. But obviously with the rains, I'm sure that will change after this round. But it's anyone's for the taking. The only team that I'm sure would not be counting themselves in this race are Windward.
Yeah.
Oh, he squared him up. He's given. Norville has to go back to the pavilion. A good hard length delivery by Ray Matthews, squaring up Norville. He's beaten all ends up, and Wanderers strike again. 6 wickets down for the Fusion's Boutique Spartan side. The look on Newton's face says it all. He just looks disappointed. But the question is he disappointed with his teammate, or is he disappointed with the umpire? This Wanderer side just all over the Spartan side. A fantastic evening of bowling as the Fusion's Boutique Spartan trail by 217 runs. They sit at 88 for 6. Brings new batsman to the crease. Siobhan Brooks. Another all-rounder. Pulls some leg spin. Capable with the bat as well. Two slips in place for Brooks. Driven nicely. No run though. Have you been following the West Indies Academy, Andrew?
When you say following them, exactly what do you mean?
Well, the recent series that they would have played in Sri Lanka.
Okay, well, from that perspective, yeah, I mean, Shakir Paris did very well.
Yes, he did very, very well.
Yeah. Let's wish him well, given his challenges recently, but very talented cricketer, Shakir Paris. Actually plays for UWI.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I was reminded of the West Indies Academy when I saw Demel Evelyn at the UWI ground earlier. Something that stood out to me, though, is that 9, those guys would have represented the West Indies Academy, and at one point in time, all 8 of them were in the starting 11.
Mm-hmm.
It just goes to show how much talent we have here in Barbados.
What I want to see in Barbados, I want to see fast bowlers, because you can't have Shamar Springer, who bowls at the pace of Mr. Lane, who's our technical director, and Kyle Mayer is opening your bowling. Oh, that's not good enough. So yes, I agree with you, but I want to see some fast. Jakeem Pollard, I think he's playing today. Big, strong man. Like to see him get fit. Maybe drop a couple of pounds as well. And I think he's got all the ability in the world. Here's Matthews to continue.
We in the Caribbean often talk about good fast bowlers. As 20 overs come to an end, 88 for 6. We often talk about good fast bowlers, but my question is to you, Andrew. What do you think makes a good fast bowler?
Okay. Now, first of all, I am a big believer in fitness, huh? And when you look at some of the fast bowlers of the past, say a Malcolm Marshall, very fit, a significant commitment to the game, cricket very much in his veins. And this may sound funny, but I just think that the fast bowlers of the past are stronger. And with the advent of a Dennis Swaith, who was the magical trainer with him for a long time, they escaped a lot of injuries. And I think maybe the university should take it up in terms of a scientific study as to why we produce so many fast bowlers of the past. Malcolm Marshall, Michael Holden, who might have been the quickest. Patrick Patterson was also very quick as well. Garner was not as quick. You know, Ambrose was sharp. These guys bowl with a lot of pace, but nowadays, I'm not sure that we do have fast bowlers in the Caribbean that can consistently bowl at 90 miles an hour. Shamar Joseph maybe can get up there, maybe Alzari on his day, but do we have fast bowlers across the Caribbean as that's a drive out towards the cover area? Yeah, I'm just trying to look around to see. Do we have anyone in the Caribbean with good pace? Can get up to maybe 90, 91, 92 miles an hour?
I think you know, call the fastest of them all, Alzari Joseph.
Yeah.
As in the current West Indies setup, he would be the fastest bowler along with a Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, Shamar
And
sharpish, yeah.
I don't think anyone is surpassing those two in terms of pace in the West Indies.
No. Thinking. Certainly not from Barbados. Which is a pity because we manufactured fast bowlers. Let's go to Guyana. Anyone with any pace? Not really. Let's go to Jamaica. O.J. Shields.
O.J. Shields, yes,
Sharpish, but
he's sharp.
more like maybe 88, 87. Maybe he can get up to 90 on his day. Let's go to Trinidad. Of course, you've got Jaden Seals is. I don't think he's a 90 mile an hour man. He's sharpish.
Yeah, he's sharp.
Joshua
But
James, is he?
I wouldn't say he's up there in terms of pace. Very talented guy,
big strong guy.
Big strong guy.
More bunks.
Yes, heavy balls he bowls.
Yeah. I was just thinking out loud. Let's go to the leewards. Anybody in the leewards?
No one that really stands out to me, to be honest.
The windwards? Seems as if you've got to scratch your head a couple of times.
Because when I'm thinking of who can rival an Alzari Joseph
but
and a
do we
Shamar
have any
Joseph,
young fast bowlers on the 19 level that you expect to go on to, really bowl quickly? Anyone you can think of? Let's start with Barbados.
RJ Gittins,
Yeah, I think
he's
sharp.
one that bowls very quickly. Radon Bellamy as well of the UWI side, currently playing first division, but if you see him bowl, he's a very fast bowler.
Why is he not playing elite, you think? Is it that difficult to get into the UWI elite side, Bellamy?
Well, when you look at the makeup of a UWI elite side, and there's the likes of Shamar Holder, who's played first class in international cricket, Calvin Marcus, who's played first class cricket. It's not the easiest as a fast bowler now coming into the UWI setup to break into the side, so he's playing in the first division right now, not because of lack of ability. I think it's more so because of the experience that these older guys bring to the side. He's played a couple games in the Elite Division though. I'm sure he'll be a mainstay in the Elite Division for the UE team in the future. Ray Matthews though bowls to Siobhan Brooks. Good running here. Just tucks that one into the offside. Picking up a single.
So as we come down the home stretch, and this is the second day of the 7th series, Fusion Boutique Spartan in trouble. Big trouble as well against the Wanderers of Darrell's Road. Here's Matthews to Brooks.
Ray Matthews, one delivery to close out the over. Very tidy spell so far. Driven. 22 overs, down 91 for 6. Ian Boyce continues for his 6th over. Flighted. Oh, and he's gone into the buckets. A first slip. Brooks goes back to the pavilion. What a delivery by Ian Boyce. Just flighted. Flight and guile. Good catch there. Spartan lose their 7th. 7 wickets down for just 91 runs for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. They're in trouble. The team that has been doing so well. New batsman to the crease, Stefan King. So one can say we've entered the tail. Boyce to King. Oh, and he's loud appeal. For a second, I thought he was gone. This is good bowling here from Ian Boyce. Outs Brooks with the flighted delivery. Comes back with a flatter, faster one to start Stefan King. This is proper bowling. One slip in place, forward short leg. That's Raymond Reefer at mid-off. And as I speak, extra cover comes in. So Boyce, he's really applying the pressure to the batsman. Oh, good delivery. Confusion in the middle, but they get through for the single. Big shot here from Newton. Straight back over the bowler's head. 4 runs. That's a good shot. Positive intent from Kevion Newton. 23 overs come to an end. 96. 100 for 7 actually. So the 100 comes up for the Fusion Boutique Spartan side. We've now made a switch over to just on the outskirts of town, where YMPC are going up against Pickwick as Preston Clark sweeps one aggressively over the boundary for 4 runs on this 3s and 4s ground. Clark, he's building an innings. 26 from 24 deliveries, and he's joined by number 11, Rondre Yearwood, 3. Pickwick trailing by 33 runs. So they're on the hunt for first innings. Clark goes up to 30.
I'm a bit surprised by the figures of Kemar Smith. You don't normally see him bowl 11 overs and 2 balls and 1 for 70. That's quite unusual. He normally gets a bag of wickets, Kemar Smith.
Okay.
More runs. Beautifully played by Clark. So they trail by 28 now.
Rondre Yearwood, quite an animated batsman. Flighted. Yearwood just Eyes up that delivery. Opts not to go with it.
No ball is well bowled by Smith.
Just one delivery to close out this over. And one delivery before I close out my spell. And welcome back, the veteran, Wayne Holder.
Didn't know he was a veteran.
Well, I would consider him to be a man with great knowledge, great experience in this field. So, 36 overs done, 183 for 9. Andrew, I know welcome back, Wayne Holder.
Okay, well, thanks to you. Think your day's done and dusted as well. Mine, no doubt, to take us through into the close will be the awesome combination of Wayne Holder and his very good friend Andy Payne. Where's that coming?
And Andy, what a difference a break makes. Because we've got a contest here on for first innings honors here at Beckles Road. ESA Field Pickwick some 23 runs away from the YMPC first innings total. YMPC 209 all out earlier today. The Pickwick now 186 for 9 at the end of the last over. The last man run Jay Yearwood in with Preston Clark. Yearwood on 4, Clark on 31. And the left-arm orthodox spinner Shamar Marshall are really making an impact on the game, removing 3 quick wickets to bring YMPC right back into the position of ascendancy. But right now, still a wicket to go. It is anybody's call.
Well, you said into MPC, they just need 1 wicket. You said Pickwick are 23 runs away. But I think they will fancy themselves with that 1 wicket. As you see, Preston Clark, very aggressive not, 31 from 28. Trying to hit that one in the mid-wicket from Kemar Smith. Seems to keep a bit low. But managed to avert any danger. But enthralling battle here for first innings lead. Again, you see Clark trying to hit that one over mid-wicket. And it goes all the way for a maximum. So 4 more to the good of Preston Clark and the NPC.
Well, very short delivery there. Innocuous long hop from Akimar Smith runs. So now 190 for 9. Some 19 runs away. ESA Field Pickwick, as I think we're going to have to either look for a replacement ball or wait until that one is retrieved. Interesting to note, Andy, the pedestrian in the background with an umbrella, which may suggest that there may be a slight drizzle around. So that too can be influential into how things go in the immediate future. But while we await that replacement ball, I think we can recap for the game as it has progressed with Rohan Ryan and Zondre Baptiste at the crease when last we were on, Andy. But then we saw the intervention of Shamar Marshall. But before we get there, let's get back to the action in the middle. Smith into Clark. Clark goes for a big swing out into the onside. The batsman come through for 1. So some rotation in the strike. The last man, Yearwood, comes on strike with Clark on to 36. So we saw Rohan Ryan caught at the wicket by Edwin Currency Barnett, 464 off Marshall, who also accounted for Baptiste, similarly caught by Currency Barnett for 26. And then Jataria Prescott also falling to Marshall, catched by Kimar Smith. Prescott made 2. Yearwood looking for a big drive. Quite adventurous looking shot. One would think that Yearwood would want to support the more established Clark, as this delivery is outside the off stump, nudging it into the ground, into the slip area. Yearwood survives. Shamar Marshall, 3 for 34. 3 wickets, that is. That delivery down the leg side, not taken cleanly by the keeper. Another Kimar Smith over comes to an end. This long spell of his, 13 overs he has sent down for 78 runs. That's 191 for the loss of those 9 wickets. 18 more runs to get. Yes. Anybody's game.
Still 18 to first, and then still that 1 wicket. Even if you can get to your scorecard, if you could tell me, Austin is not reintroduced into this attack at the last wicket. Pierre.
Left arm orthodox is Shamar Marshall. Not as prominent among the wicket takers this season as he has been over the past couple of seasons. For it said, maybe not flighting the ball enough, not spinning the ball enough. Gone into the white ball mode, looking to contain rather than to look to take wickets. But here he is, looking for this 1 wicket for MPC. Struck on the pad.
It's a bit high.
Vociferous appeal coming from wicketkeeper Barnett.
And the bowler Marshall. Seems to struck him a bit high. But Rondre here was, like you said, he can stick around for some time, but if the ball gets full, he gets kind of aggressive. But Preston Clark, like you said earlier, the all-rounders to come, and you mentioned Preston Clark, and he's really playing that role.
Marshall is hit bowling this one into the pitch, fast delivery. Clark looking to cut, not making contact. Just a short third, no slip in place. Clark is giving himself some room, looking to open up the offside, finding a fielder there.
It's that one just coming back in with the arm, just cramping him for room.
Not offering a lot to hit the ball in the air, chance for a run out, and the decision is not out. But there we saw Roberts playing a delivery down into the short third area, taking off for the single, Yearwood was starting, stopping. In the end, Clark deciding to head back to his ground. The return came in to Currency Barnett, but I thought it was a bit was slightly off target and a bit slow, giving the batter enough time to scramble back into his crease.
Yeah, he got back home in the end, but a bit of start-stop, lack of communication between Clark and Yearwood. And see, Clark, he probably wanted to farm the strike, wanted to get off strike, given Yearwood just one delivery left, but Yearwood a bit late to respond, and Clark just managed to get back.
I think it was late for a reason, because had Yearwood gone, he would probably be the one run out. They would definitely would have been short of his ground.
Well, he lives to fight another day.
As the over is completed, 39 bowled, 193 for the loss of 9 wickets. This last wicket partnership now worth some 33 runs for ESA Field Pickwick.
Well, just a good fight in there from the ESA Field Pickwick, as is rightfully said. Offering that support to Preston Clark is Rondre Yearwood. Well, Clark, who seems to be doing a good job, he's 38 from 36. And just shepherding that lower order win. So, like I said, just 1 wicket left to get this crucial first innings points.
Well, you seem to have called it, Andy, somewhat, where you did talk about the bringing back the pace of a Gary Austin, but instead, Captain Kimar Smith has gone with his other his medium pacer. Austin is an out-and-out quick bowler. Davis, the medium pace bowler, medium pace swing bowler, with 2 of the wickets he picked up, now coming back to bowl at the last wicket pair, bowling around the wicket, Damian Davis, and his first delivery is going through outside the off stump. To the keeper, there is no run.
Yeah, so like I said, into the last wicket pair, you trust your faster men really to bowl at the tail, and call in the tail, I mean, like Rondre Yearwood, particularly one we would call a tail ender.
Genuine.
So, I mean, so with a 30-run partnership, I think they've prolonged it really with the spinners. You should turn to one of your faster men a bit earlier, definitely, and try to break this partnership and dismiss this pit.
Davis is again outside the off stump, ball dropping a second time, bouncing a second time before coming through to keeper Currency Barnett. Ball some 39 overs old, so not exactly worn, but obviously is not going to swing in the conventional way for Davis as it had when it was brand new. Overcast conditions, could probably be looking for a bit of reverse swing, if anything. Davis around the wicket to the left-hander. It's gone to the boundary. So Yearwood again.
It's definitely Rondre Yearwood seems to hit that one somewhere in the mid-wicket region for a boundary. So Davis,
for sure.
Yeah.
This total has gone up by 3 runs. Now 196. The left-handed Clark in strike. Gets another delivery through outside the off stump. So some frustration definitely for the YMPC side. Another delivery outside the off stump. So Davis can almost say guilty of not finding the wicket with his deliveries, although he was struck for that boundary earlier in the over of the 3rd delivery.
But you just need to play that patience game, really. I'm sure Rondre Yearwood, he will take a last shot at some point, not quite ready. So you just need to be patient along that chord outside the off stump to the tail ender. So the one delivery that he got into the wicket, you saw him just hit it wide of mid-wicket for a boundary.
And if you know Davian Davis, he's not going to take too kindly to Yearwood actually pulling out of his stance at the last moment. Surely had something to say. And we see how he reacts with his next delivery, because there's definitely going to be a reaction. Outside the off stump. Well, Davis has dropped to the turf on the pitch. You saw the delivery, the batsman having a dab at it. It seemed to have come off the outer part of the bat and gone in to an area behind the wicket. Yearwood survives. Pickwick continues to fight. It's 196 for 9.
It's just, you gotta love the antics of someone like Damian Davis. So just drop, like he literally said, drop onto the pitch. As that delivery played somewhere square into the onside. Maybe you can't see it from our vantage point, but all we could think is that it was a drop catch or something of that nature in the point region.
So it will be the left arm Shamar Marshall to continue. Still no Gary Austin. Fading light, overcast conditions, last wicket pair frustrating. Still no return of the fastest bowler.
Well, I would definitely be looking to my fast man as the players are scampering off the field.
I think it's
here, man.
I think the rain has had the last say, at least, well, the immediate say, because we're seeing the stumps pulled out of the ground, and we see the players heading towards the pavilion, and the man coming out to supervise the covering of the pitch with the stakes, none other than D.R. Smith himself, as the players head for the covers. So just another development in this intriguing contest, which has gone back and forth. Remember, this game is a middle of the table match also, featuring two sides equal on points, YMPC and Pickwick in equal 6th position. So even the exchanges here indicate that these sides are very, very closely matched, and with only 13 runs separating the two, with the last wicket pair at the wicket, it remains a very, very close contest. So the covers are coming on. We are now at 20 minutes after 5. Well, not so sure that we're going to see a resumption from here. The amount of time is going to take once the drizzle stops, because it seems to be nothing more than a drizzle at the moment.
Wonders.
Wonders.
Well, just sure can't see much happening here for the remainder of the evening.
Well, yes, and they
just
seem
up
to
to
be.
our producer, Jamal Cheese Lane. See, he's just switched over to Friendship.
Back to Friendship.
Spartan, they're up against it with the Wanderers team. And see Craig Braffett into the attack. It's uncomplicated off spinners. Remember, Wanderers got the 305 for 8 and declared at the T period. And here it is, Fusion Boutique Spartan, 105 for 7. Some 29 overs completed. Newton, who we said haven't done a lot for the season, he's on 11 from 31 and fighting. And with him is Stephon King, he's on 5.
Well, Stephon King, not exactly a slouch with the bat, but definitely in some problems. The Fusion's Boutique Spartan side, all of 200 runs behind, with only 3 wickets in hand. And the Wanderers team really looking to press this advantage today. Magnificent 100 by the new acquisition, Guyanese Tevin Imlak, pushed them to maximum batting points, and now the bowlers have reduced a Spartan to this 105 for 7. Those bowlers being Kyron King with 1 wicket, Jordan Niles with 2, Ian Boyce with 2, and Ray Matthews picking up 1 wicket. The wicket takers so far for Wanderers, Captain Akeem Springer going by the run-out route for a top score of 47.
And then you see us just switching over here as well. Where the Windward team, they've picked up the lead against the BCA Youth. Seen DeMarco Wiggins having a bowl.
Oh, yes, they have gone into the ascendancy. 194 for 5. Windward.
Tennyson Roach Jr., he's really fighting for his team. We said he's drew a score. He's on 38, not out. But with him is Griffith, Kamori Griffith. He's on 41 from 60.
Well, yes, he has certainly made his presence felt. Some 6 boundaries in that 41.
Must have been a pretty decent partnership as well, if you can find it there, Wayne.
Yes, last wicket falling at 120, so he has totally dominated this partnership. Kamari Griffith, left-handed batsman, as an appeal for catch at the wicket. Well, not exactly an appeal, but a close call. It must have been. So 194 for 5. Griffith having himself a wonderful day, because when the youth batted, he garnered some 5 wickets for 56 runs. So a 5-wicket haul, and now assisting his side's cause with a quick fire knock in partnership with his captains. Seeing them pass the first innings, well, seeing them to the first innings lead, and now heading up to the 200-run mark as we head towards the close on day 2. Windward would be thinking outright win. Nothing less than an outright win would do for Windward here, or do for the Windward cause. But a dogged knock it has been by skipper Tennyson Roach Jr. And he has been there since the fall of Seth Agard's wicket. Michael Greenwich's wicket, in fact.
I think he came out number 3.
He came out, well, it seems like number 4 from what I'm
4?
saying. Yes.
Yes, 4.
Yeah, he came out number 4.
Yeah.
But he's been there now, some 63 deliveries he's faced. And that one spinning past the edge, choosing to go on to the back foot to a leg spinner, Roach.
Yeah, that one really spun from Justin Parse.
Interesting player, Justin Parse. Leg spinning all rounder, batting all rounder, whichever it is.
He's a good player.
Very, very good player, and a good prospect heading into looking to the future, as we see approaching the 200-run mark. 199 it is for 5, and Griffith coming to the wicket long after his captain has gone past his captain to be 45 from 64 deliveries. Roach facing 63 deliveries for his 39 runs, and 1 more run will give Windward another batting point.
So they need to get as many points as they can in this game. Like you said, both of these teams at the cellar positions. Remember we said the youth team, they're exempt from demotion, so all on their own. Windward
really doesn't matter what position they finish in. Windward, spectacular rise into the Elite Division, taking the intermediate and the first division prizes back to back into the first division, but it looks as if unless they're able to drag themselves out of this hole, it may be back to the first division for them as we head back to Queen's Park, switching once again.
Well, friendship.
Friendship. Spartan are playing, but we're not in Queen's Park.
As you said, Craig Braffett with that uncomplicated off
It's
spin.
off spin bowling.
Yeah, he's still trundle down some 2 overs.
Known partnership breaker though, Craig Brathwaite has gotten some very good wickets over time. I think his claim to fame as a bowler is a 5-wicket haul.
Done good for the West Indies.
And the wicket of Rahul Dravid at one point. So 113 for 7s, so Spartan immediate. The immediate objective for Spartan, I think, would be to try to retrieve the situation and avoid the follow-on. I think that would be of importance. If they would want to avoid the follow-on, as this one is from a million, is taking the outside edge of Newton's bat. His long vigil comes to an end, probing at a delivery outside the all stump, the ball bouncing and taking high towards the shoulder of the bat into the hands of the slip fielder, who makes the catch look very easy.
That's Imlat.
The Wanderers team would make such a decision.
Well, we'd be interested to see what that decision would be. Said Spartan, remember, they came into this game in second place.
Yes, just 2 points off the lead, in fact.
That's 2 points off the lead. Gladiola has been leading start of this series, 77 points. But showing good fight here, the Wanderers team.
But yes, this is a good comeback by Wanderers. Floundered a bit up and down throughout this season. I wonder is one of these teams who suffer from inconsistency in the availability of a number of their players. They've always this constant in and out movement by a number of their players. So the team fluctuates as far as its strength is concerned. But doing quite well here against one of the table leaders.
Yeah, they would have been champions some couple of years ago.
Well, just only two seasons ago.
Yeah,
only
2
the
seasons.
2024 champions. And then it went from there to at one point hovering around the relegation zone. But this performance here would give them something of a lift. Emilian bowling left arm around the wicket to the new man Neil Prasad. So not a lot of batting left here for Spartan. It's interesting to see if Wanderers will be able to close it out before the end of today's place, already 5:30. It's onto the front foot and not playing at the delivery, just allowing it to slide past into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua Morris. 2 slips and a silly point, all perched around the wicket. The wicketkeeper standing up. Emilian left arm slow. Diving effort there by keeper Morris, trying his utmost to get a glove onto that ball. Prasad lives to fight another day. Flighted delivery onto the front foot, easily negotiated. It's 113 for 8. A million making a statement, picking up his first wicket. Wanderers very much in control.
Yeah, good over there by Emilian, like you said, just probing on about that off stop, finding the edge of Kevin Newton, and a sharp catch taken by Imlat in the slips. Like you said, you know him more for his wicket keeping win, but a comfortable catch.
But yes,
in the
was,
slip.
and he would be comfortable at behind the bat. That's where he sees most of his cricket.
But it's going to be Stefan King to face up to Craig Braffett. Like you said, we're well into that 5:30 mark. We don't have a idea of to how many more overs we can get into this play.
But we do know that Spartans still trailing by all of 190 runs. Straight delivery from Brathwaite. Not necessarily imparting any great deal of spin. Probably looking to deceive King with looking for that outer edge, looking for that arm ball. Maybe the extra bounce can induce the inside edge for the back part catch. Then there's also with LBW on board when you're coming straight, if you're lining it straight at the stumps, as this one is pushed past the wicket for a single. In fact,
so Craig Braffett just allowing that one really to go for a single. Probably a tactical move.
Well, yes, looking to get the number 10 batter on strike. And immediately he is opted to go around the wicket to Prasad. Prasad batting right-handed, as is King. But Brathwaite choosing to change the angle. $114 for 8. And Prasad is onto the front foot. Pushes it down in front of him. Jared Lovell under the helmet. Picks it up. He crouches. Brathwaite floating this one up. Going for this sweep is Prasad getting it away into the onside. And picking up a single at the end of the over, gets off the mark. That's Prasad. King is on 12, 115 for 8, no doubt a million. Will be continuing to bowl from the northern end at Friendship.
I don't think they'll be too perturbed about that single, really getting Prasad on strike. A million, that farm spinner, taking the ball away from the right-handed Prasad. So he would fancy himself of really getting the wicket here of Prasad. 2 slips and a setting it off in place with a short extra cover in Raymond Reefer there. So just having a number of players crowding Prasad.
Oh yes, so we will. A million bowling around the wicket. Bowling from wide of the crease. This one outside the off stump. Prasad picking up the line quite early, allowing it through to the keeper.
Good delivery. Just well defended there by Prasad. But when as we look around the outfields, I mean, like in a matter of weeks, 2 weeks,
We see the change of color of the outfield, quite green. When only a couple of weeks ago you were looking at a color similar to that of the rest of the square, the bare areas on the block. Outside the stump, not forced to play a shot. Must have been the arm ball though, because we saw the reaction of keeper Morris and the bowler, maybe suggesting that pass a bit closer to the off stump than initially perceived. This time the batsman's forced to play, pushing out on the front foot. I almost said long on the front foot, but there's nothing long about Prasad. Quite diminutive character.
Well,
short of stature.
Yeah, Remo Riffi's got this similar idea. I was just about to say you need to get another man in their crowd and get a short leg in. But Prasad, he's done well so far, and now you see the inclusion of that man at for a short leg.
Million. Well, the appeal, not quite noticeably, the keeper didn't join in that appeal.
That tells you half the job.
Makes the job makes the job of the umpire much easier. I think the umpire, Leon Lane, has pocketed the ball. The players have turned and headed towards the direction of the pavilion. That tells us that we have come to the end of day 2 at Friendship, the neutral ground hosting this match between Futures Boutique Spartan and the Wanderers side. Wanderers very much in command. They will be coming back tomorrow seeking to pick up the final 2 wickets in the Spartan first innings. Spartan looking to stave them off, probably look to avoid that follow-on, which I think is going to be critical if Wanderers are able to be in a position to enforce it. And we look forward to a very interesting day 3 of this particular match.
Okay, yes, Wayne, like you said, good day's play for the Wanderers. Really finding themselves in the ascendancy. Coming back from overnight, getting up to that century is Imlat, the import from Guyana. Doing really well. Spartan, like you said, starting this round in 2nd position, but finding themselves on the back foot here, really, and trailing by some
190 runs, actually. Yes,
190 runs, trailing with 2 wickets in hand, trying to save the follow-on. So that's it from there. What I can tell you, Ian, is that we'll be back here tomorrow at the 3Ws Oval for day 3 of the encounter between the home side, the UWI, up against the defending champions, Wildey. Play will get underway here for 11:30 as well tomorrow. No play at all here today, Ian. Seepage and covers of some concern to the umpires and the match referee, and at 2:37 the game was officially abandoned before a ball being bowled into today's play. So remembering on day 1, the Wildey, the visitors, winning the toss and electing to bat. They got up to 61 for 4 before the rains came, and no play here today. So that's it from us. So on behalf of the team here, yourself, Wayne, Andrew Mason, young Rashawn Hackett, I'm Andy Payne. I'm signing out on day 2.